Hello, everyone, and welcome to TEE TV. My name is Charles, and today we're going to be discussing Attack on Titan Season 1 and Saw 3. With me today is Damian and Stone. Say hello, guys.
What's happening?
Hello.
Stone Beast here. Glad to know you.
All right, then. So, which do you want to start with, guys, or do you just want to do some general discussions first?
Face/puppet.
Oh, my God. Oh, no.
If you guys feel like general discussion, we can definitely do that. But I mean, let me see a theme that ties this together. Very interesting challenge on this one. Attack on Titan and Saw 3. What ties this together?
Well, I will say this. Attack on Titan was a much better anime than Record of Ragnarok.
I mean, look, yes, people have touted Attack on Titan as, one of the greatest animes, ever made.
I can agree with that.
Yeah,
So
based on one season, I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
definitely has a lot of layers to it for sure. But I'm not gonna keep letting you rag pun. I'm not gonna let you rag on Record of Ragnarok.
Ragnarok sucked.
Look at that boy. Look at that boy.
But Charles, what about
I'm mystic, man. I'm in your head. I'm in your head like Charles Weeden.
glorious boobage?
Yeah. We all know that we cannot ignore Aphrodite's big fucking tits.
Those big fucking tits. I'll never see fight commentary the same without heaving bosoms, jiggling at the excitement.
Hey Charles, I bet you she's never on the rag. Pun. I'm like Charles Manson, man. I'm in your head. I'm in your brain. You can't get me out. Oh my god.
Oh,
some of those Charles Manson clips are just fucking classic.
Yeah. Have him go completely bonkers on the stand in a courtroom.
I'm in your head, man. Help the Skelter, brother. Help the Skelter.
Wow. Just
You mean
like,
the Beatles song? Nah, man. Talk about life.
But yo, you know what was crazy that I did not realize, man? That I did not realize about his story. One of the Beach Boys fucking stole one of his songs.
Fucking what's his name?
Jan.
Damn it!
I think it's one of the guys, Jan, that stole it.
I wasn't the main guy.
It was one of the other brothers. It was Jan, I believe they said.
Okay.
I mean, I did not really. I mean, that blew me away. The one the Beach Boys actually stole and repurposed his song. One of the songs he wrote.
Really, the Kokomo guys?
One of those guys was hanging out with him and heard one of his songs. Him and the and that record producer, I forget what the fuck his name was. This is like record producer that was big at the time. You know what I'm saying? They acted like they didn't like the song, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, he's hearing the song being played on the radio. You know what I'm saying? Some of the words changed, but his fucking song.
He fucking threw shit all over the wall.
After the trial, this motherfucker wouldn't even come. You know what I'm saying? Like even though he had some interactions with Charles Manson, he would not testify at the trial. He was that scared. He was that shook. He would not testify at the trial.
Did he even have anyone left who could have gotten to the guy? Didn't they grab everybody by that point?
I don't know. That's one of the main people that were there. Yeah,
correct.
But I mean, everybody.
You never know. Yeah, you don't know who else was out there that might have done his deeds.
Yeah, I don't, but yeah, that was just like, what was it? Okay, it was no, the fuck was his name? I'm getting the fucking Todd Rundgren. No. Was that guy? Did they say that guy? I want to say that guy because that name keeps popping in my head, Todd Rundgren. But is that the same fucking guy? I'm thinking so, but it's like it's a big. He's supposed to be like a big producer back at those times. And it was like none of those guys would come to the trial. None of those guys, you know what I'm saying? It was like none of those guys wanted anything to do with this Charles Manson family trial at all.
Mm.
I was like, wow, like he really did steal that guy's song.
Yeah, so if you're that scared, you definitely you did some shit.
Yeah, he really
What's
did.
the other thing was Guns N' Roses where Axl stuck a Charlie Manson song at the end of one of the albums without anyone else knowing about it, and the band was all pissy at him. Fairly sure that was Guns N' Roses.
Wow, I never heard that story.
Yeah, it's like at the end of one of the albums, there's some acoustic Charles Manson song.
I know he had a
The rest of the
shirt.
band's like, what the fuck? Why would you do this?
I know he was one of the first persons I seen with a Charles Manson shirt. You know what I'm saying, at that point, but
Like, I'm almost certain it was Guns N' Roses.
1 second. But
He's dead now, right?
who? Charles Manson?
Charles Manson.
Yes.
He died a few years ago, I think.
Not by execution, but you know.
Yeah, just died somehow.
So you know what?
Swastika too deep, I guess.
See, very great. Our small talk build up here still ties into this whole thing. I mean, do we consider Jigsaw a psycho? I don't consider him a psycho, honestly. I don't consider him like, is he a little bit of a sociopath? I can say so.
You got to be a
say
little eccentric to do what he does.
Oh, so you're SEAL now, Damian? We're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy.
Get out of my head.
But no, I mean, I gotta say though, I don't think he's a psycho. I don't think he's just bent and gone. I think he's definitely a bit of a sociopath. I mean, but at certain points, he seemed very personable. You know,
like he's a guy you could have a beer with until he asks you to play a game.
Well, I mean, just don't fuck the guy over. I'd say, just don't fuck that guy over.
Because you will get yours.
And by the way, just so we're good here, Dominic Sin, thank you. Guns N' Roses did the Manson song. It was cool.
Well, so couldn't tell you which album, but one of them.
Yikes! I gotta say, guys, I'm gonna need some tea soon. I'm telling you, Friday the 13th. Okay, it was fun, but I think I'm being cursed right now. My stomach is still bubbling from all the dip and meatballs and drinking. It's still
dip,
bubbling.
Meatballs and Jello shots. I mean, what a fucking combination.
Yeah, absolutely right. Dinner of champions, I guess.
Something like that.
And the breakfast of the oh God, praying for a small reprieve. I think that's what I'm doing now. I'm like praying right now during breakfast. Please, man, just don't let anything come up that I'm not going to enjoy. Well, let's just say nothing. Let's just say nothing.
Please don't let me be in the middle of a point and throw up. That's all I ask.
Jeez, I think I'm good though. But I'm not gonna lie. It's not like I'm not feeling that rumbling. You know, I'm not feeling that way yet. Ooh, God.
Deep breaths. It's gonna be okay. It's all gonna be fine.
You know. Wow. Oh boy. Parties, man. Parties, little poker, little candy, minimal throwing up once I got home. Jesus Christ.
There was a little bit.
I'm glad I was able to survive until I got home. I hate doing that. I've always mind my P's and Q's. When I got home, I just knew I knew that dip was just not going to stay down. Jeez, why'd I do that?
When I'm thinking about dip and Jello, even if the Jello is mostly alcohol, I'm still just like, it just seems like a dangerous combination. This French onion's great. Bit of Jello. I'm fine. More Jello. A little more dip. This shit is good.
No, you haven't heard of something. You probably never heard of something called ugly dip. Have you ever
What the
heard of
hell
that?
is ugly dip?
Wow. Okay.
Sounds like something you would bully somebody with.
It's a combination. It's ground beef. Combination of the ground beef. It's It's like I would say it's like the Phillies cream cheese. You put that in there, some Rotel, diced tomatoes, type of stuff, and a couple of other things, and you put that all together, and it makes this great dip that's just irresistible. I gotta say, pretty fucking good. Let that
It's almost
simmer
like
mix.
something you could make nachos with, just without the nachos.
But yeah, you got to get some
Like
tortilla.
it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, you get some round tortilla chips, and yeah, I mean, so I couldn't resist, but I was not thinking about, man, I've been drinking like a motherfucker. I mean, I was like, yo, I couldn't resist. I saw it. I was like, oh my god! By the time I
I
got
will
back
say,
home,
alcohol dip and fucking like tortilla chips or something, it goes well together. It's just the Jello thing that I just can't stop thinking about the Jello element. I don't know why. It's probably inconsequential, but it just seems like it just
I don't think
seems weird.
I don't think so.
I mean, yeah,
I don't think it's
experiencing it
inconsequential.
firsthand. So the Jello is definitely the deciding factor.
My stomach says, Damian, it's not inconsequential. It's
What have
becoming
you
our
done?
consequence. It's becoming my consequence right now. Jesus Christ. Oh boy.
God
But
bless you.
but Friday the 13th, how do you guys usually spend your Friday the 13th? How do you guys usually, what's your process?
I
Uh,
normally watch some kind of horror movie, but I actually forgot it was until it was late in the night, and I was like, I think it was about, I don't know, 6 or 7 episodes into Attack on Titan. I was like, oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh well.
yeah, I don't really do much on Friday the 13th. Like, I don't really celebrate it all that much.
But I mean, most people, kind of hide in the house, kind of, make sure no unlucky things, what I'm saying, hit them, what I'm saying, as they,
Are
you
they
know,
scared that Jason Voorhees is gonna come out of the lake and like kill them in their house?
they're scared of random curses and things like that, what I'm saying, plaguing
Look,
them on Friday the 13th.
I've always claimed to be the superstitious type. Like, if I say something and I'm worried that I'm gonna jinx something, I just knock on wood or something. I try to avoid bumping into like mirrors and try not to knock them over to where the mirror shatters, because that's like 7 years bad luck. I
Don't
don't
walk on
walk.
ladders and
Yeah, I don't walk underneath ladders. I don't do any of that shit. If I see a black cat that's like in front of me on a road, I say, "You better not fucking do it, you little shit." Just
yeah, you
'cause
say, swear to God.
it's like, I swear to God, I'm gonna kick you like a fucking football. No, I wouldn't actually do that because that's animal abuse and that's a bad thing. But no,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just like,
terrible.
yeah, that is
Theoretically,
terrible. But no, it's just But I
punt
mean, I
that
would.
motherfucker like a football.
But yeah, but it's just like. But no, I'd be like, like, no, it's just like, don't you fucking do it, you little shit. Because if I actually see a black cat doing that, I was like, well, I'm turning around. Just like,
I guess today is ruined. Thanks.
yeah, yeah, exactly. But no, it's just, I mean, but no, it's just, and my whole point of bringing this up is that I am kind of a little bit of a superstitious type. Not to like an extreme degree, but I mean, if like, I'll knock on wood or I'll do stuff like that to try. I also have been known to pour a little bit of salt and like shove it over my shoulder or chuck it over my shoulder. I have been known to do that as well. I don't do it often because what if there's somebody behind me and I hit them with the salt?
And
They're
they
going to
turn
be
out to
like,
be a demon or something.
well, no, not that.
I
But
know.
it's like,
You're worried about the
what if
big pit.
what if it's like a guy and they go like, dude, why the fuck did you throw salt on me? I'm like, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Because I want to survive this day,
yeah,
sir.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, but
I'm
no,
not normally superstitious, but I do believe, like, I can't help but believe in Friday the 13th and, like, when it's a full moon, I swear to God, people just get weird. Weird or stupid.
Well,
And
I don't think it's the weird that's the thing. That's the thing. I think it's the fact that just people get stupid. And the reason why people get stupid on those days is because they think that people get weird on that day. So they think they have an excuse to get stupid. Saying like, oh, people get weird on this day, so we can just pretty much do whatever the fuck we want. So it's like an endless cycle that happens on those days. And it's like it's like an endless circle. It's like a what's the expression? A cycle of stupidity is what it
yeah,
is. Yeah.
because like the entire like when I was driving around at work yesterday, I
Mm.
swear to God, every single person, more or less, that I came across, like other cars on the road, would just. I was like, "Is everyone drunk today? What the fuck's going on?" And then
Well,
later
yeah.
on, when I sort of realized what the day was, I was like, "Oh, okay,
I was like, oh, it's Friday the 13th. Oh yeah, that tracks. Yeah.
yeah." People just like swerving all over the road,
I just
fucking
think that they
just
take days
being
like that
generally
as an
stupid.
excuse to act like idiots.
Oh yeah, it's got to be some kind of like mental thing where
Yeah.
people just it's
Well, I mean,
Friday the 13th. Well, I guess I got to be
well,
I guess I could just
it's the
give
same
caution to the
thing
wind.
as the witching hour. Like I don't know if they have that there in Australia, but it's like over here they
That's
have
just
things.
that's just a thing. It's what it's is it no, is it 2 a.m.? I always forget when it is.
I thought it was 3 a.m.
3 a.m. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah, I think it's 3 a.m., but it's basically the witching hour, and it's basically
Yeah,
where everybody just pretty much loses their goddamn mind. And like it's where all the freaks come out, and like they can. It's nowadays it's when pretty much all the drunks come out and basically be weird.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the
Um,
reason why we have public indecency laws.
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
Even if you guys can't figure yourselves the fuck out, the law has.
yeah.
I know what you're up to. Come 3 a.m. If you're still wandering the streets, there's a good chance. Pretty much 100% certainty that you're up to no good.
Yeah, yeah. But but no, it's just no. I mean, I don't know. I mean, on Friday the 13th, I mostly just, I mean, what I did on Friday the 13th is I mostly just hung out here, made some food, watched some Attack on Titan, maybe play some video games. I've been playing Cyberpunk 2077 a lot lately.
Playing
Been,
the Phantom Liberty, or
I was, but then I started a new playthrough with a new build, and I'm trying to work my way back up to the expansion. So right now I'm doing a lot of the side quests and trying to get my level back up to where it was. I also chose a different life path, so I'm not a nomad anymore. I'm now a corpo. So
Nomad was Pan Am's like group, right?
yes, she's an Aldecado.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like when I do eventually get a PS5, and I'm gonna have to start because from what I gather, they pretty much changed the game fairly
Yeah,
drastically. Like they've
yeah.
pretty much like
The
they've
two
changed all
the two
the
point
skill
the
trees and
2.0 update
yeah,
completely changed the game. Completely changed it. And in my opinion, I think they changed it for the better. The game is
and
significantly improved.
it's gonna be a struggle not to fuck Pan Am again though. She was spicy.
I think she is
That
the
ass, you see that
well,
ass?
yeah, yeah, but just even that aside, I think she's a well-developed character.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Like
she
as
yeah,
part of the
well
pervy basics.
developed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well developed both mentally and
But no, no, she's well written as well. She's a well developed character in a narrative sense, and I like her character. And the other romance option, female romance option, which is only for female V, That's Judy Alvarez. I like her, but I don't like her as a romance option. I can see her better suited as a friend to V.
Yeah,
It's just
and I kind of wish they'd worked that stuff a bit better, so it's like it doesn't have to be just like you don't have to play as like maybe they'd like you could do it either way. I get why I kind of get why
well,
they did it. That you have to be a female for this character, but they could have written it differently
they
depending
could
on
have.
what you're doing.
Yeah, they could have done it that way, but they didn't. So it is what it is. But
Yeah,
to be honest, I just didn't like Judy Alvarez's romance path anyway. I did play as a female character just to experience that romance option, just to see what it.
gay.
Oh, shut up, okay? But no, just to see how it played out,
Yeah,
and gotta say, I thought it was kind of underwhelming. I wasn't really all that impressed with it.
it's just kind of like it's all right, but
Yeah, it was
Pan Am
okay.
though.
It
Mm.
was okay, but I mean, when I on my second playthrough, I went through as male V in Romance Pan Am, and that romance path was far superior. It's just I thought it was much better. I
And
thought
for a
yeah,
game, actually felt pretty natural.
yeah, I did yeah, it was. I liked it a lot more. Now, of course, I have not experienced the romance options for the other characters, which of course are Carrie Uridine and River Ward, because they're men.
Not that there's anything wrong with that, but
Yeah, yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's just not my thing.
oh, if you're into that, that's fine. But
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
but it's just not my thing.
playing as a lady is where I draw the line.
Yeah. But I mean, to be honest, I mean, I only played as a female character once, and I got to admit, after playing as both female character and a male character, I actually prefer playing as a male character because I like the male voice actors like performance better than the female voice actor's performance. I thought the male voice actor did a better job.
Yeah, like I haven't played as the female character because I just did my whole playthrough as the male character, but I've seen YouTube clips of the female character, and yeah, just based on that, I would say yeah, the male voice actor did a much better job.
Yeah, it's just for me, I just thought that the female voice actor was too overly emotional, even for certain moments where emotion wasn't really required. And I thought she was angry. She put too much anger in her voice in her performances when anger wasn't even the emotion that was required for the scene, and it just felt jarring. It felt weird, and
Just far less balanced than the
it
male.
was that's the word I'm looking for. It felt unbalanced
Hmm.
for certain scenes and certain performances. It felt very unbalanced. And I had the same problem with the female voice actor for Commander Shepard in Mass Effect, because it also felt very weird. It just didn't feel right. I thought the male voice actor in that game did a better job.
That's a
And
series I really need to play through.
yeah,
I played through probably a third of the first one when it was on Xbox Game Pass, but
mhm.
that ran out, so I couldn't play it anymore. But I would love to actually go through that series because I really
Yeah,
enjoyed what I did play.
yeah, Mass Effect 1 I would probably say is the worst of the Mass Effects, at least in my opinion. I'm probably going to get a lot of hate for saying that, and I'm fully prepared to receive that hate. But Mass Effect 1, I would, in regards to its story, Mass Effect 1 is definitely the best, but in regards to its gameplay, it is the worst.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely like because that would have been what PS3 era.
yes,
I
PS3 and
would say it.
Xbox
Yeah,
360. Yeah, but
I would say it almost kind of felt a bit older than that in some way. Like
yeah,
it,
no,
if it looked the part,
it
but
was
like it felt older.
it was Xbox 360 and PS3 era,
Yeah,
but no, in regards to gameplay, Mass Effect 2 was probably the best. Like in regards to gameplay, Mass Effect 2 was hands down a fucking masterpiece. In regards to story, Mass Effect 2 was pretty good, but it had its problems. But I would say probably the worst Mass Effect in regards to both gameplay and story would
Andromeda.
have Andromeda is not even in this comparison. I
Okay,
don't
so
even
I'm
I
excluding
don't
that.
even acknowledge Mass Effect Andromeda as a part of the series.
Okay.
Mass Effect 3 would have to be the worst in regards to story and gameplay.
I've
It would
always
have to,
heard the ending. Just my roommate, I've talked to him about this a few times, and apparently the ending to this trilogy pretty much boils down to, what is it? What colored lights you want, or something like that.
you either pick blue, green, or red. That's it.
Yeah, and it's
That's
just
all
like
you pick.
that's what all this has been building up to. Really,
Yep, pretty much. You
all
either
these
pick blue.
choices that I've made, it's just like,
Yep,
what color do you like?
yep, you either pick blue, green, or red. That's it.
Ugh,
And
that's
they
a
did
damn
ended up
shame.
releasing an extended cut to the ending that kind of improves the ending, but it doesn't improve it by much.
Like it doesn't completely fix it by any
Nope,
means.
doesn't completely fix it. There's not really a whole lot they can do to fix it.
I mean, really, once it's fucked, like without doing a complete like overhaul of the ending, there's only so much you
They
could
would
do,
have
really.
they would have to rebuild the game from the ground up to be able to fix that monumental fuck up. They would have to tear the whole thing down and redo everything from scratch. Yeah, they would have
Wow,
to
that
redo
bad?
everything. And there's just they're not going to go back. They're not.
No,
It's been years. The game came out in 2012. There's no way that they're going to go back and redo everything now. There's no
because
way.
they were all like, well, I was gonna say previous gen, previous gen, they were all in that like era, right?
Yeah, they were all Xbox 360 and PS3. Yeah.
Yeah, thought so. And Andromeda was PS4,
Yeah, and
etc., etc. But
Andromeda, if you want to compare, included in that series, is hands down the worst. And I would say, well, it was the worst when it came to the bugs and glitches that the game had. But I would say the gameplay in Andromeda is actually not that bad.
that's what I've always heard is like the story's kind of eh,
The
and
story is
the
shit.
glitches, the glitches, I think they fixed at least a good amount of them. But I always heard, yeah, the actual gameplay was good.
The gameplay of Andromeda was a lot of fun, but the story had potential, but the potential of that game had did not have the chance to be fully realized. The
Yeah.
main problem of Andromeda was the bugs and glitches that it had. And the fact that due to the poor reception of the game, due to its bugs and glitches, EA had abandoned the game.
Hmm.
Like they continued to update it up to a certain point, and they just gave up. They just stopped supporting it. Well, no, that's not entirely true. They stopped supporting the single player of the game. They no longer updated the single player, but they continued to update the multiplayer. And then they had 3 planned story-based DLC for the game, and they decided to abandon the DLC. So we were not going to get the story content that was going to be added to the game. And so the game is not only unfinished, there are bugs in the game that are still present, and the only way to patch these bugs now is to apply fan created mods. That's it.
So they're taking the Bethesda route,
Pretty much.
where it's like we're just gonna, we'll do a little bit, we'll patch a couple things, but then it's like, fuck it, we know people are gonna fix our own game.
Well, it's not just that. EA just stopped caring. Like
Yeah,
they just stopped caring. Like the game is dead on arrival. Like
and I'm guessing, like you said, they kept supporting the multiplayer. I'm guessing there was some kind of paid element there.
there was. Yeah,
Yeah,
there was.
it seems to
Now,
be the only thing that
as far
a
as I
lot of
know,
developers give a fuck about.
currently the multiplayer is also no longer supported. Like
Okay, so they gave up
they
on that.
did
So,
stop supporting the multiplayer as well.
hmm.
But they did support the multiplayer for years. But I think they did eventually stop supporting that too.
That's one thing you got. Like, say what you will about how Cyberpunk 2077 released, which personally I didn't really have a lot of problems. I know a lot of people did.
Neither did I.
I didn't really like crashes were the main thing that I had a problem with. Like I had a decent amount of crashes, but aside from that, I was pretty happy with it.
Yeah,
But it definitely like having some more dip and Jello shots. You degenerate.
No, I'm having some cubby wubby room tea to help my stomach. I'm in the stress. I'm in the stress right now. I need some tea, and I'm praying to the tea gods, like, help me, Lord, help me, Lord. All I wanted was to have a good time last night. I didn't mean for this. I didn't plan for this.
Oh, so in other words, you have a hangover.
I would love to say it was that simple.
Yeah, it's a hangover.
I would love to say
with dip and Jello.
I've had lingering, but see, this right here is just like, oh my god, it's like the dip that won't die. If there was a movie, I would probably call it the dip that wouldn't die.
Wait a minute. So wait, you actually did dip Jello shots last night?
No,
not together, but in conjunction with each other.
I had Jello shots. I had a few Jello shots at one point, along with having these drinks. It was vodka mixed with ginger ale, and at one point it was some Coke, not cocaine. Coca-Cola.
Okay, it's a good thing you reiterated that.
You know what I mean.
Stone's sitting there at the end of the plat, kind of like an organized.
I know.
He's slamming down a phone. Sure. His fist is crawling across the floor. Frank's dead.
and then toward the end of the night,
you got a little bit of white powder near your nose, buddy.
Yeah. No. And then toward the end of the night, I'm sitting here like, ooh. I'm like, dip. I forgot about the dip. Get some chips. Dip. I'm just like, fuck you. This trip is great. It's great. Then I get home. I'm like, ooh. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, bro.
Everybody out there, have no sympathy for Stone. He did it to himself.
Well, take it from the party guy here. I don't know. I would say rule of thumb. So some people might argue that, okay, you had to dip at the wrong time. That might be true. That might actually be true. But the thing that I'm gonna say, I'm gonna venture on, is that maybe I just shouldn't have had to dip at all. That's where.
No, don't say that.
So, yeah?
Dip is the best. You just got to be,
Maybe it was okay. Maybe it was the timing. Maybe it was timing. And maybe I should have had some bread too, but I did because I didn't have any bread. I usually at least get a couple pieces of bread in before I go on a drinking excursion.
Supposed to act like a sponge and absorb the dip?
No, it absorbs the alcohol.
It absorbs the alcohol. Okay, yeah.
At least
but I was right. I was half right. It's supposed to act like a sponge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Alcohol and no food is a recipe for stumbling.
Yeah. No wonder our ancestors used to intake nothing but bread and ale all the time. They would drink nothing but they would eat and drink nothing but bread and ale.
Which, that's a pretty good combination. Like, you get some garlic bread or something. Some garlic bread and ale. That's a good night.
Now, there used to be a restaurant around here that was called Steak and Ale. I never, ever since I was a kid, it was been around since I was a kid, and then they finally shut down about a few years ago. But it was like, I never realized, like, what the hell is ale? Like,
ale's a type of alcohol that I don't even know how they actually make it.
I mean, I know now, but back then I was like, steak and ale. I knew what steak was. I'm like, what the hell is ale? It's just like, what the? Being a kid from around here,
type of beer.
being a kid
The
from
type
around
of
here.
beer. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, being like a kid
So
from around here.
they make it from hops or poppies or whatever the word is.
Oh, thank you, glorious, glorious tea. You're doing the trick right now. Whew.
Green
I'm
tea,
not
your
entirely
fruit.
I'm not entirely sure that there is tea in that mug.
Oh yeah, it is. It couldn't be anything else.
It's
Damn sure wouldn't be milk.
just the mug with like 16 Jello shots and a spoonful of dip in it.
It would not be milk. I tell you that much. Whew. Not now. Not right
Yeah.
now.
Okay, if there was milk in that mug, that milk would be coming back up to say hello.
Oh, yeah, it would.
Just trying to tell you, I'm trying to now recover from my enjoyment. So that's so
See,
weird about party.
that's the funny thing about partying late at night and then regretting it the day after. It's like, yeah, you have a good time the night before, and then the day after, when you wake up, you're like, God damn it, I shouldn't have done that.
I'm usually pretty solid, but yeah, man, those Jello shots snuck up on my ass. My God.
What?
Yeah, I would say personally, like I've never really been one to get a hangover, but combinations of things, like Stone has done, is what would get me more than anything. It's
See,
like it wasn't the alcohol that did it; it was the alcohol plus.
You see, I have never had a hangover because I've never been drunk.
Oh
Bragging.
my.
But then again, you guys know this because I have mentioned this before.
Then what the hell's all the mead talk about?
I have had mead, but I have not drank enough of it for me to actually get drunk off of it.
You have to drink a whole lot of that to get drunk?
Yeah, there's not a lot of alcohol in mead.
No. Okay.
I've gotten tipsy.
I always thought it was I always thought it was like really alcoholic.
No, there's
I've
not a
learned
lot of
something
alcohol
today.
in mead. I went to like just before, like I think it was like back in 2019. I went to a Renaissance fair local to my area, and I got a couple of glasses of mead, and I drank both glasses. And the only thing I got from both glasses was a little bit of a buzz, and that's it. That's all I got.
Now, we talking a glass like this,
No.
or
Shit. 1 second. I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I have a cup that's identical to the one that I used.
did you drink a chalice, sir?
Say again?
I said, did you drink a chalice, sir?
Oh my God. Oh my God. He probably did.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I don't know where I got that impression, but I always thought mead was like, yeah, really heavily alcoholic. Thought that was one of those like, back in the time when they didn't give a fuck about alcohol content. It's like, yeah, let's just sit, eat bread, and whatever the fuck else that we've got. Drink mead.
That's what you usually think, you know? That's what you usually think, especially back at that time. It was like,
Okay, so like pretty much like a Dixie cup worth.
Well, like I said, that's what you would think, because who back in them days is trying to dull down the, the alcohol and the good time,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was no bigger than this. It was no bigger than this.
Like a Dixie cup.
Yep.
Yeah, as I was just saying to Stone, I figured like just given like when mead was really popular, you'd think they were just trying to get as drunk as possible on what they could.
Like, why do you think they were drinking their mead out of a horn from a fucking cow?
Because it looks fun.
No, it's because it was bigger than this.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And also because they were badasses and they like to cut off the horn of bulls, and they're like, I'm a Viking. I will drink mead from horn from bull.
That's it. Horns from bulls, the skulls of their enemies, whatever was laying around.
I mean, yeah, like I don't know. They might even drink mead from the boot of some dead guy that they found on the side of the road. I don't know.
Yeah, I could pretty much guarantee it. I'm no historian, but it seems likely.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I wasn't there.
What we do know is they didn't have the recipe for plastic yet.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, like they were old Greg before old Greg because they would instead of drinking Bailey's from a shoe, they would drink mead from a boot.
So happy that. Thank you for that reference.
Yeah.
It's, I swear, everyone from the U.S. that I know that I've talked to, anytime I mention the Mighty Boosh, is like, "What?" It's like, really? It's one of the stupidest, most insane, greatest things ever.
Of course, I know what it is. I mean, it's just I freaking love it. Like,
Just to make sure, I almost forgot to show. There
Take
you
in
go.
the glory.
oh yeah, yeah, I know that shirt.
There he goes. Let me see if I get it right. There he goes.
Hold
Right
on.
there.
Hold it.
There's the guy. There's the guy. Oh, let me see. There's the guy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's the
Billy the
lovely peach.
puppet.
Hmm? There's the
His
lovely
name is
peach.
Billy the puppet.
I was kind of hoping old Greg would do part of it. And it's China.
My good.
You don't know me.
Ah,
You don't know what I got. I've got a vagina. It's my. I've got a mangina.
Whew.
I don't really lead up there. It's like, you ever something? What? You ever drink Bailey's out of a shoe?
It's attached to your rod, mother liquor.
My goodness.
One of my favorite quotes from that is make an assessment.
It's also
Alrighty.
good to know that show isn't just hilarious if you're completely stoned out of your mind. Because that's how I
Yes.
always watched it.
I like when old Greg first shows up and he says, "Hi there, I'm old Greg. Pleased to meet you." He just casually just says that.
I was just sitting in the boat, like, yeah.
It's like not fishing. It's like easy now, fuzzy little man, Peach.
Stone, if you've never seen the Mighty Boosh, smoke a couple joints and watch the Mighty Boosh. I pretty much guarantee you'll have a great time.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody needs to send it to him.
I'm
Well,
pretty sure.
the third season has some kind of weird creepiness. They get a little creepy in the last season, but it's still great.
I mean, look, I'm always willing to take you guys' recommendations anyway. So I'll definitely.
Oh, speaking of that, did you watch Uganda Knuckles?
Accept that one.
Uganda Knuckles, I'm gonna not watch that shit. Fuck you, Charles.
You guys.
uh,
But let's see. But I will say this. I am even though we still have our agree to disagree, saying points with when it comes to Record of Ragnarok, I am pleased that you saw the complete value that Attack on Titan was. And I mean, just overall with season one, I mean, what is your guys' impression of the state of things as far as humans and these fucking Titans go?
Um, I would probably say that as the season progressed, like I was starting to suspect that the Titans were mutated versions of humans. That's what I was starting to suspect. Because the Titans themselves looked human. And I was thinking that maybe the Titans were an altered form or some kind of mutated form of humans. Now, I have no confirmation of that, so we don't know yet. But I don't know. It's just, it seems like the likely plot direction as to what they might actually be. I don't know.
Yeah, like without going too deep into what we know without getting to it, just based on the sort of weird science element that's going on, I feel like it's definitely like as you said, like the likely plot development. It would make sense to me that it's some kind of experiment gone wrong or gone right, depending on who's behind it and what
See,
their intentions are.
Yeah.
Which is also largely unclear with a lot of the things that we deal with in this show.
well, the main thing I began to focus on for myself personally was the feeling of, as always, that the government, or at least those, saying quote unquote upper crust people, know way more than what they're, saying, know way more than what's being said, and that it's a lot more intricate, what I'm saying, and it's a lot more intricate and deliberate than people, than people are trying to lead other people to believe. That's one thing that I felt, what I'm saying, that I felt the further and further I got along in the episodes. When I first saw this, I just kept feeling that way. That was like they know more and more, and as time goes on, it seems like more and more shit gets fucking revealed. So, but I mean, they pretty much start this show like pretty much like they hit the ground running. I mean, because like right, I believe the first episode, we cut right to a mega titan, kicking a hole, kicking a
The
hole into their wall and whatnot.
colossal Titan, I think they called it.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, we start off there, and then I don't think we actually get to that point until near the end of episode 1, I think. Because they start with that colossal Titan pretty much breaking down the wall, and then go back.
yeah. And like I said, but at least they kind of give you some context, and then more about the human element of the situation, about it, because even though they were dealing with more of a unique situation that seems more abnormal to what real life is, they were still dealing with the fallout of war, as it were. The emotions, the people who are feeling like, who, what I'm saying, who will always feel like that their relatives, their loved ones, going out there to risk and ultimately, and sometimes, or more times than not, sacrifice their lives for what's happening. People just want to know that it meant something, that some progress is being made as a result of that happening. So I think that was definitely a good element for them to keep to. It's more than just everybody's heroes, everybody understands, and we're just all gonna go and keep fighting until we beat them. Sometimes people get frustrated. Sometimes people feel a little bit hopeless in the situation because they're wondering, is there actually a way to win this? So that very much was, I think, a great element for them to keep to, along with this unique element, this abnormal element of the Titans, and and then the thing that they're dealing with that situation, but they also kind of deal with the very real frustration and desperation, so people feel when they're feeling like there's a war that they're fighting that they just can't win.
Something that just continually feels hopeless.
or frustrating, or just, or people start making plans, you know, or people start making plans. Uh-oh, give me a second here.
Yeah,
One
yeah, of
moment.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard that too. All right, I guess in
I
that
would
case,
say the main theme in this show, the main running theme in the show is loss
yes, I
in
can agree
in
with that.
in various different ways, like lost for purpose, lost for purpose that seems clear, lost for purposes that seem very unclear, and then just general just loss. Like I keep trying to remember her name. The Aaron's like his adopted sister slash potential love interest.
Uh, I will not go like it's the woman. I remember her name. It's Mikasa.
Hmm.
Mikasa, but she she is the girl that Aaron's family took in after her family was killed by those kidnappers. And you know what? I will like technically she is his adopted sister, but good God, man, they really push for her and Aaron to be together because it is freaking
Oh yeah.
obvious. It is
But
freaking obvious that she is like simping for him hard.
be honest with you, but it's a real situation where she's going about it the fucking wrong way. Like everything about what she does, although it seems to
Back in
allude
a
to some
second.
people, it seems to allude to a deep caring about him, but it just feels like my God, it just feels like she sees him as weak and needing to be constantly protected, and that's not going to foster feelings, what I'm saying, of great affection for that other person that you feel like that's doing that to you, especially when you think about that time, and and I'm glad that you brought that moment up, of when she had lost her parents. Fucking, what I'm saying, fucking Aaron and his father, came, Aaron's father came back to, to try to retrieve her. He ended up, he ended up, along with him, ended up killing, the kidnappers that were, that had her at, at that point. So she's seen way back when that Aaron had the passion and the ability, to defend himself and take care of himself, and even save people. So that all of a sudden, because her mother said, because his mother said so, all of a sudden kind of switch to this thing of he's weak, he's always running his mouth and running into situations that he can't handle, and he needs protection. Like, it's just, for them to go that way, it just, yeah, you could feel it. You could feel it from her at a certain point, as she got older, that it was really, maybe her really caring and wanting to be one, but at the same time, he's not seeing it, because all he keeps seeing is some, is some basically, manufactured older, older sister or whatever, that, that's always making him seem like, he can't, he can't handle himself, he can't do things for himself, and the only way he'll survive is if, is if he has her with him. That's not gonna make him fall in love. It's not gonna make any guy fall in love. Most of them anyway. So that was definitely a thing. Yeah, you could see it, but it wasn't. But it wasn't this thing of they were. I'm saying it was like a sure path of them coming together, because she wasn't handling it the right way, for sure.
Look, I mean, even when they first introduced the characters Aaron and Mikasa, I didn't even get the impression that they weren't related. It's just like, I mean, they did the whole episode later where they revealed that Mikasa was only taken in after her family was killed. But I mean, like I thought the whole thing where she was like pining for Aaron thing, I thought that was like freaking weird. I thought it was very freaking weird because I was like, wait a minute, these two are siblings. What the hell's going on here? And it's just like, and then of course they did that whole episode where they revealed that Mikasa was only taken in and was adopted by Aaron's family. I was like, okay, it would have been nice if you would explain this earlier.
Possibly.
Well, I was going to say earlier they did like it was pretty early on. It was after the whole like initial attack. She kept saying to him, "Your mother told me to keep you alive," or something like things like that.
I must
have saying your mother.
I must have missed that or something. I don't know.
Like, yeah, because at first I was like, oh, obviously it's brother and sister, but she kept saying your mother, and that was like, oh, okay, maybe there's something here I'm missing. And then like much later they explained
it just felt weird to me. It just felt very weird. And I don't know. I mean,
take it easy there, sir. Take it easy.
But whatever. But
look, take it easy.
It's just like they did the same fucking shit in the TV show The Flash. They did the same shit. Where in the TV show The Flash, it had Barry Allen pining for his adopted sister Iris West. They did the same shit. So it's like, whatever. I mean, they're not related. They're just they're just like they're adopted and everything. They're not related. So whatever.
So he was like, "I'm going to give you the Flash." She's like, "Yeah, I get it. You got powers." No, I didn't mean it like that. Look at it.
So did you guys start to feel like? Did you start to feel like you were closing in on a source, on a possible source?
The possible source of what? Of the Titans?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not going to reveal what, but I did like getting more information in the show as it progressed. I got curious, so I had to look further ahead, and I went to the wiki and looked further ahead.
Why do you do these things? Why?
Yes, I know. I know. It's a bad habit. It's a very bad habit. I'm not going to reveal what that I found out. I'm not going to reveal what because I know that you guys don't want to know. But the thing is
Stone knows.
that
I have no idea.
No. Stone knows. I'm not going to say anything for your sake, Damian. But I'm just going to say that the stuff that we're going to find out as the show progresses, I'm going to like where this shit's going to go. I'm going to like it a lot because this shit is the very thing I look for in storylines like this. Like it's very, very good. Like I'm excited for what's coming. I'm very excited.
So what you're saying is there's no time travel.
What I'm saying is,
you know what?
Look,
the time Fuhrer is not going to show up. That's all I'm going to say.
But even at this, but what I will say this though, you mean to tell me, guys, that even at the moment where Aaron turned, that didn't start the fuck with you a little bit there?
What?
See, I'm just like, see, I'm going.
You mean like once we actually found out it was him?
Say again.
You mean once we actually found out it was like when that Titan first popped up that we'd later find out is Aaron? Like, am I a genius? I know the answer to this. The answer is no. But was that obvious? Because I thought it was obvious that that's who that Titan was. I didn't know how that came about.
The Titan sort of looked like Aaron. It did, kind of. It did look like him, kind of.
They gave this thing earlier where it's like, we don't know how they reproduce. So initially I was thinking, is that how they reproduce? They swallow people and then they come out as Titans? Which turns out not to be the case. But that's what I was thinking initially. I'm like, to me, that's clearly Aaron. But yeah, is that how they reproduce? But that's still a mystery at this point.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say I'm not gonna reveal what, but I mean, I know where the Titans come from. I'm not gonna say where because that's spoilers, but I know where
Buttholes.
they.
No, but we've dealt with a whole season
I
here.
know where they come from.
But
So yeah.
we
Like
dealt with a
they've
whole.
got to be butt babies at best.
Oh my
See,
God.
but see, I've
Because
locked.
they don't have cooties or peckers. And they don't have clear buttholes, but they've got butts.
But
So
it's still anime. So I mean, I don't know if they're gonna be. Yeah, no. You know, I'm just saying. I don't know if they're gonna be. You know, trying to do all of that. You know, I mean, do all of that necessarily. You know, unless it was purposeful. But I mean, I think being that this is a, you know, an animated thing, I just don't think that they were going to really go for the anatomically correct situation. Just saying.
it would have been so much better though. Like the ones that fucking run, like, with their fucking arms. What do they call them? The abnormals?
Yeah.
The ones that run with their arms at their sides. And it just like
all right.
that
You
would have
know
been
what?
so much funnier if
I'm
there's just
going.
a dick just swinging there the whole
I'm
time.
going to go to hell for saying this, but I am fairly certain that the irrationals or whatever they're called, or the abnormals, the way
Yeah.
they run, it looks a lot like someone who's on the track team at the Special Olympics.
Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was trying to figure out how to say it.
Yeah.
But yeah. I've
Hmm.
I went to school with some people like that and I've seen that run before. That's all I'm gonna say.
Gonna have to get my
I
bitter beer
think
face on right now, Charles. Just get my bitter beer face on right now. Just
I told you I was going to go to hell for saying that.
you're not gonna hell
like
if it's
I
if
just
it's
drunk some
true.
Boston lager.
every time, every time those abnormals were running, I was like, on your way to the Special Olympics, buddy?
Exactly.
See,
The only
can't help it
difference, well, actually,
every time you
I
reference
was
it.
gonna say the only difference is they have no hands, but I'm sure some of them don't have hands. So that run, though, the fucking the arms out the side, just
No, what I'm saying is just from I just try to go and get logged in right from the season that I'm
thank
in. So right from the season that I'm in, as soon as I realized that it was Aaron, I start thinking about that weird room that is, you know, that his father promised to fucking show him and the key that he's holding. I'm like, what the fuck must be going on down there? You know what I'm saying? Like I just couldn't fucking the thought just streams in your fucking head like, uh-oh. Like what the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? Like he turned and I started thinking about before he left that fucking room. And yeah, it's fucking key. It's like, oh Lord. People know about the fucking room. And it's just like and then it's like disgusting. This room where this, you know what I'm saying, or, you know, that he has and what the fuck's in it. You know, and people are very interested all of a sudden. You know, it's just and it just gets you fucking thinking. And then of course there was the now hold up now shoot let me just think here because I want to make sure I go in order here because I don't want to leapfrog because it's one of my favorites. But yes, let's see here. Okay.
keys, Special Olympics.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Okay. Oh, my bad. See, I am jumping way forward. Oops. Okay.
Don't you
So
do
we'll
it, you
so
dip
we'll just
loving motherfucker! Don't you do it?
we'll just basically okay. So let me just let me just say this. Like, what do you think about what do you think about I guess the hierarchy, as it were, with the military heads and the sort of different, you know what I'm saying, different city heads and whatnot of the different areas they have walled off and things like that. Like, what do you think about this whole thing? Because it seems like it's just like and even the religious sect, it seemed like it's just a weird tension that, you know what I'm saying, that's like barely, you know what I'm saying, it's like barely being kept underneath the surface of what, you know what I'm saying, of what's going on around there. And it seemed like it seemed like it seemed like something less distressing as these titans attacking like this could have, you know what I'm saying, could have broke that down. But it seemed like this thing was a surefire way to have all of that shit broken down. And now people don't trust other people. There's secrets that, you know what I'm saying, there's all types of shit going on. This is like what do you guys think about that whole structure?
I think the structure is kind of confusing because I was going to say this before when you were saying like people at the higher levels seem to know more than people underneath. I would say purely again based on the first season.
That's all we can do. That's all.
The
Stay right
people
in
at
there.
the middle seem to know the most, whereas the people at the the pinnacle, like this king that we see very briefly, doesn't really seem to know shit.
But see that
He's living, he's living in his his walled off fucking palace or
and never
castle, whatever
wonder
you want to call it.
and never wonders why. See, to me, it's either plausible
He doesn't seem to. He's
deniability,
like, I just want to play chess.
but it's either
That's what he's most worried about. It's like, where are you going? Why are you going off to do something that might be important that I don't understand? I just want to play chess. Stop
so
chugging my wine.
either plausible deniability, either he's just a figurehead, or either it's
That
or either he's
that's what
just
I'm leaning.
willful, or either willful ignorance. It's got to be one of those three.
I think he
I
might be a figurehead. With
yeah,
with
I
what
think
with what I know about like where the Titans come from, um and like the stuff I know that's going to be coming in in the coming seasons. I'm
Thank you,
I'm
future
trying
man.
I'm trying to avoid spoilers here. I'm trying to avoid spoilers here. Um, from what I understand about what's coming, I
hmm,
have reason to believe that this king that we saw briefly in season one, I think he's just a figurehead. I do. I think he's just basically just I think he's a puppet king. I think that's all he is. I think he's a puppet king.
yeah, that's
Does he
what
have
I'm thinking so
strings?
far.
Does he have strings?
There are no strings on me. Yeah, but no, it's just
But
I really think that he's just there to give the semblance of order, and I think he's just basically a patsy. I think he's just there as a figurehead, as just a puppet king. That's it.
I mean,
He has no real power. I don't think he has any real power.
no,
okay.
he's just there to be like, things are normal, things are fine. There's the king. Here's
Look,
all of you. Everything is normal. Ignore what's beyond the walls.
Yeah.
Ignore the horror of these fucking gleeful, these gleeful fucking man eaters. Ignore that.
you
Everything
know,
is fine.
you know what really gets me sometimes? Those ending credits. Those ending credits, especially when it seems like there's like these weird kids singing this song. You know what I'm saying? And then they keep
Oh
showing
shit,
like,
there was a post credit scene and I never watched it.
Oh, really? For the last episode?
Yeah, for the last episode, I never watched it. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to check
Damn it,
that
I
out.
didn't either. I just skipped the credits like I did every other episode.
there's always previews to the next shit. But after that, but it's like, but I always look at that shit because it's like so weird. And they show these pictures and whatnot. of different things, and it makes it seem like, and it keeps like showing like they're trying to show like different periods in history where it seems like there were always these there were always these beings that look like humans that seem to be way bigger than these other humans. And it just seems to be like that. You keep seeing these little pictures and whatnot, and just the weird singing. You know, while they're showing all this stuff, it's just
Yeah.
like oh my god,
Like,
like this is so like it seems so twisted right now.
have you noticed with like I swear 90% of the anime I've ever watched, they go for like some kind of rock metal theme for the intro, and then it's some kind of pop like something James Cameron would pick for the ending.
But I will say Titan. They Attack on Titan. They seem to have a real like grandiose and pomp and circumstance type of opening. Less, you feel like they were more I felt like they were more. It was just like
I yeah, when I say rock and metal, I mean that in a
I mean
very
no,
loose kind of way.
I know most of the other stuff. You're absolutely like you're right. Absolutely agree. I just felt like Titan was a little bit different because it kind of had this big pomp and circumstance with it. The core, you
Yeah,
know, what I'm saying the choral type of shit. That was a little bit. It played more into what this whole show represented and everything like that. And then, like I
and
said,
they changed the actual like intro sequence. They changed it at least 3 times within the course of the season. Like the actual like I think the theme song was the same, or maybe it changed a little bit, but the visual changed several times.
that's for sure. That's for sure. And then one, and like I said, in that first, it was a little bit more. The first few episodes, the ending credits were a little bit more subdued. But then they started bringing those that weird kid chorus singing
Mm.
credits. That still just that still just gets to me. I just like and all those pictures. It's like what the hell's going on right now, man?
I was gonna say like the I guess like mid episode like stuff that they put up, where it was like like it was typically like here's how this thing works or whatever. I don't know. The version I had didn't have subtitles for that stuff. Was any of that particularly important, or was it just stuff that you probably knew from the show? It
Say
was just
again.
like
I'm sorry. Ask that question again. I'm sorry.
it was like what seemed to be like an ad break almost. They would throw up a graphic of something, and then they would throw up a secondary graphic, which I'm guessing was the coming back from commercials kind of thing.
Okay.
I don't know, because most of that, like, yeah, like you could pretty much gauge what it was about from the visuals. But then in I think it was the final episode, there was two of those that had a lot of text, and I never had translation for any of that stuff. So I'm like, oh shit, maybe I've missed a lot of stuff here.
I would probably say more than anything because I always thought they would do it. You know, I always thought they did it on their own because they would at least try to let you know what different walls and what different cities they were kind of dealing with at
Yeah, it
certain
was
points.
stuff like
And then
that, and it was like sometimes it seemed to be just like descriptions of equipment, stuff like that.
that was another thing.
But
And
yeah, like in the final episode though, there were two like they were like in that sort of spot where they would put up two graphics of different things. It was just like big blocks of Japanese text. I didn't have a translation for it, so I was like, "Is this important?" Or I don't know. I have no way of knowing.
nothing's, you know what I'm saying, nothing's nagging me about it right now. So
Okay,
if I miss the importance on that, you know, that's on me. But I didn't, but nothing's nagging me. You know what I'm saying? That like all the other little details they nag at me, you know what I'm saying, of the importance of the, you know what I'm saying, of certain situations. But that's not just nothing's nagging me about that. You know what I'm saying, honestly.
okay. Because like given the nature of the show, they do tend to recap things a lot. So it could have been just that.
Could
Because
very
that's
well.
pretty much the only thing I'll take away from the show is that they spend a lot of time, perhaps too much time, recapping things. Like I would say, you probably could have this season probably could have been like 5 episodes shorter, I think.
But I mean, do you feel like, and you feel like you could easily
Maybe,
keep up
maybe
with
not five
everything that there was,
episodes.
and you feel like you could easily keep up with what everything was, though.
I think so. Like,
I mean, overall, but I mean, there's some
I
things you
would
just want to
say,
make sure about.
yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there was. This is something I've had a problem with a lot of anime over the years. They spent a lot of time just kind of going over similar things. It's like we've already like in this one. It's like, oh, so the enemy is one of us. I swear they said that about 6 times. Like, yeah, we got that. We get that. Yeah. Like the the fourth time, it's like the enemy is one of us. Like, yeah. Did you not hear did, that guy back there? Did you not hear him? He just said that.
But but I mean, but I don't know, it become a thing. I mean, because then it starts to bring. I mean, like with the fucking female Titan. I mean, just think about how much damage she was able to do. Just one of those types, and just think about how much damage she was able to do, and how it seemed like. See, and that's where you kind of realize also like the science of things, like she was completely aware, of different situations, aware of her weak spots and everything like that. The regular Titans just do not care,
Aware
you
of the
know.
weak spots and how to protect them as well.
And so, yeah, so that's when you realize that there's like, okay, there was some tweaking, there's been some evolution that has happened in one way or another when it came to these Titans, not just the size. There's definitely things that are, what I'm saying, that are happening here. So that's why, like I said, for me, there's always information, and to at least put on the line a little bit, even when you see one season, and all you can do is discuss one season, and I like to do it like that, even though much like Charles, yeah, I definitely still have some ideas that still swim around in there, but I try to block those out because I try to lock back into the show like I'm watching it for the first time, and I just kind of reanalyze everything that I'm seeing, and just kind of and move from there and just kind of see, can I be right about this now? Looking at it through a new set of lenses, being a few years older, what I'm saying, do I see things differently now? So that's kind of what it's about for me. There's certain things that I know I'm not going to, but there's certain things that I'm going to still look at critically, like, okay, because I didn't think about it that way at first. I definitely didn't think about that there was more of a scientific element to that when you seen the difference between the colossal Titan and the female Titan. It was just like it's more than just about being way bigger or being differently designed. It's about like they're completely aware. Those what I'm saying, those typical Titans wouldn't even be able to get through the wall without without the colossal Titan.
That was
So
something I was going to ask before. Like Aman, the blonde kid,
Armin, Armin,
Aman.
yeah.
His parents, like, we know they were killed beyond the wall, but did we ever get like confirmation that they came back, or was it just kind of like we know they went out and never came back? Because that was my understanding. Because I say that because when the the blonde female Titan first appeared and didn't kill him, I was thinking, is that his mother?
Nope. I think like he, what I'm saying, like his strategic brain realized that she was looking for a specific person, possibly Aaron, and that's why he,
Yeah, that
what I'm
like
saying, he
when
wasn't
he
killed.
did that, yeah, like but when it first happened,
Did
like
I think that? I that didn't come across to me. That didn't quite come across to me at first, because like you were saying, maybe because I believe that they didn't come back. You know what I'm saying? And that it wasn't a thing like, although that see, and
Because there
that's
wasn't any confirmation, right? It was just like they went out and never came back.
I thought there was though. I thought that
It might have
I
been
thought he
like
was. I thought there was that. I
this.
mean,
This is the
that's
trouble
almost that
with
he got some kind of proof.
watching 23 episodes in a row while being fairly sleepy.
But no, I feel fairly sure that it wasn't an uncertainty that they were out there. Although, like I said, although I'm trying my best to kind of block out like moving further, because there's certain things that I do know, and it's just okay.
Okay.
It's just certain things that it's like it would make sense what you're asking. It wouldn't now, but it would make sense what you're asking based on further seasons. You know, but I don't think that was the case in this situation. And but it definitely didn't come across to me when, so when she came up on him and kind of took a look and then kind of moved on, it kind of didn't feel like, okay, the female Titan was sparing him because of some sort of like connection or relation. It was, I think it was more like, because I think more like anybody, like he was saying, she was looking for someone in particular.
Yeah.
So, it was just like, and then all that gets revealed anyway, but excuse me, let's see where we are, because I want to make sure I keep up with those. Let me see. But one thing I want you guys, I want to see how you guys felt. Do you feel that the way Aaron's mother sort of gave Mikasa the task of like being Aaron's protector? Did you guys think that may have hobbled him overall? Or
No,
that,
I think what hobbles him overall is he's got this sort of it's not a misguided belief in his own abilities, but it's, how would you put it? Because like the guy's definitely got abilities and he's definitely got drive, but he does also, driven by revenge and whatnot, he does have a bit too much of an emphasis on himself to a point. Like there's definitely something he needs to kind of understand. Like you can only do so much, and this is something they go into in the series. Is like, do you trust your own instincts? Do you trust the people who are with you? And I don't think he's. I think it's got to be some kind of combination of the two of them, and he hasn't quite figured that out yet. Like he hasn't figured out the exact. I'm trying to figure out the exact right wording, and it's not coming to me.
the right balance, I guess.
Yeah, like there's definitely a balance of the two that needs to be struck, and I don't think it's come to him yet. It's just me, Charles, and some big fucking tits. But yeah, what do you think? Like, do you think like, yeah, what do you think?
Could you repeat the question?
So Special Olympics. No.
We're going back to that, really? That joke is long gone, okay? It's just I'm not bringing it back. I'm not Jack Shepard from Lost. We don't have to go back.
So, Aaron's abilities and his reliance on other people. Do you think that is? Do you think that he grasps the balance of it yet?
Um, no, I don't. I like I'm jumping ahead here. Not jumping ahead into other seasons because I haven't watched them yet. Although I am aware of certain things that have happened in later seasons because I spoiled it.
Don't you?
But
Don't make me give you the fucking digital backhand. I'll do it.
don't worry, I'm still sticking with what we saw in season one.
Yeah.
But no, in the later in season one, we saw the part where he was trying to activate his ability, and he couldn't. Like he kept biting into his hand, and his ability wasn't activating, and he was like literally biting all over his hand, and he was bleeding and everything, and his ability just refused to activate,
Hmm.
and he just couldn't figure out what the trigger was. He couldn't figure it out, and I don't know. It's just like he did eventually figure out what his trigger was, but like his whole reliance on other people and all that is just I gotta say it's just I don't really like Aaron as a character. Like all the other characters in the show I like, but Aaron I really don't like. I really don't like him.
Yeah, like
he
when
kind of he kind of comes off as a whiny little bitch.
a
He
little bit,
really
yeah.
does.
Like
He
when
really
it
does.
it
He
seemed like
comes.
he died, when it seemed like he was swallowed by a titan,
Yeah.
it was a sad moment. But I was kind of like, okay, it's again, what's her name?
Mikasa.
Mikasa, Yukasa. It's her name.
Well, I mean, it wasn't
uh,
Mikasa. The
her
whole
show.
time, Mikasa didn't even know that Aaron was dead. She didn't know.
No, but
She
when
didn't
that
find out.
happened,
She
I
didn't
was
find.
like, sorry, you go.
Yeah, she didn't find out that Aaron was dead until she was reunited with Aaron with
Yeah,
Armin. She didn't find out until she reunited with him. But
and even then, it was a non-verbal thing.
yeah, it was a
It was like,
nonverbal thing.
what happened to Aaron? He's just fucking crying like a bitch.
But the thing is that I thought Armin's like whole reaction to it was far better. Like
Yeah.
I thought his whole character development with that was fine. I had no issue with him whatsoever. And then Mikasa, I like her as a character. I thought her whole backstory was interesting. I thought how she overcame it was great. I thought it was good character development for her. And I thought her character overall was very interesting. And then
Mm,
everybody else in their entire regiment was also very interesting. I mean, hell,
mm.
I can't remember the character's name, but the guy with like the beige hair that's all like spiky and is constantly butting heads with Aaron, I really like him as a character. I do.
Uh, was it
Yeah,
John? Like
I
the
can't
guy who put on the wig and pretended to be him?
yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about, but I can't
Yeah,
remember his name.
it's either
Yeah, it's
John or Jean. They seem
I,
to pronounce it John, so I'm not sure.
I can't remember his name, but I really liked his character development because
Mm,
during the entire show, he was talking about how he was going to join the MPs, he was going to join the military police, and then after what happened to Marco, he was like, you know what? No, like I'm scared out of my mind, but I mean, nothing's going to change if I don't do something about it. So he
yeah.
decides to do a complete 180 and join the scouts. And I was like, fuck yeah. It's just like, I mean, I really like that character development for him. I was like, he turned out to be one of my favorite characters in this fucking show. Like,
Like a
I
guy who
really
was
like that.
literally questioning himself up until the very final moment before he joined the Scouts.
Yeah.
Like
He
he's
had,
looking at everyone who's given the speech by uh, Irving,
I can't
the leader
remember his
of the
name.
Scouts.
Yeah, but
Irving, Irv.
he,
something.
He's the commander of the scouts. Yeah.
Yeah, who gives them this speech where it's like, this is what you're gonna have to do.
Yeah.
And most, like everyone except for like 6 people, just turn tail and run the fuck away.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
but
he,
no, it's
like,
just
despite all his instincts, he's just like, no, this is what I'm doing.
yeah, he just stays. He stays and joins the scouts.
Yeah.
And that was some of the best character development I've ever seen in an anime. I was just like, holy shit. Like he was fucking petrified, but yet he still stayed. And he still faced his fear, and he joined the scouts because he knew that if he didn't stay and do something about the Titan problem, nobody else would. Just like somebody, he understood that somebody had to do something, and it might as well be him.
Which is another theme. Like, I would still say loss is the main theme, but you got loss, I would say change.
Mm-hmm.
People like loss, change, and I'm trying to think of a third thing. Like loss and change are definitely the main
Mm-hmm.
2 of the main themes. Like, what is loss worth? And then I guess they tie in together because what do you need to sacrifice to make change?
Mm-hmm.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, but no, it just, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just like I was saying, it's just I think pretty much all the characters in the scouts except for Aaron are cool. Like I like pretty much all of them except for Aaron. I don't like Aaron because it's just
No.
because all he's
When it
really
seemed like he died, I was kind of like, okay,
yeah, like
it's
who cares?
Mikasa's story now. Like, he's a great character.
there were times like
I was cool with that.
when Aaron died, when Aaron, well, let me just say this: when he died and
Yeah.
when he got like eaten by a
Hmm.
Titan, yeah, I'm just continuing doing air quotes because it's the cool thing to do. Uh, but
You are correct.
yeah. But no, it's just when Aaron got eaten by the Titan and everything.
Hmm.
I legitimately thought that this show was actually going to become Mikasa's show now.
Yeah, I thought the
I thought,
same thing,
yeah,
and
I
I was
thought,
fine with that.
yeah, I was completely fine with that. Yeah, but no, it's just, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Aaron to me just kind of comes off as all he really does is as soon as things become hard for him, he just stomps his feet, punches his fists into the ground, and just starts screaming his head off, going, "You need to put faith in me." It's just like,
That was one of the that moment during the trial
yeah,
when that was one of the most like I've watched 11 seasons of Curb Your Enthusiasm, and that was one of the most cringeworthy scenes I've ever seen. You guys are all cowards. You need to put your faith in me.
I'm
Fucking
sorry. It's just,
God, I hope you die again. For real.
yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. It's just when I heard him say that, I was like, how did that make it past the writers' room?
Mm,
It's just like, I mean, seriously. Did like who in the, like I don't even I know that like Japanese writing styles are different than American writing styles. Not that American writing styles are all that good to begin with, but but I mean, come on, man, really, something had to have been lost in translation.
yeah, no, I was watching that and I was just I think I shuddered a little bit. I was just like, don't can we do another take? That was
Yeah, yeah. It's just, I mean, I'm sorry. It's just like the voice actors had to have done multiple takes because the first take couldn't have been done with them doing it with a straight face.
no, like it. I
They
will
had to
say
have
this, like the voice acting largely was great.
It was,
But
yeah, it was.
there was certain moments like that moment where I was just like, oh no,
I
no,
mean,
that's
but
like I know you're probably doing like some kind of direct translation. Maybe and reconsider.
Yeah,
I
Just
yeah.
mean,
It's like sometimes you just have to adapt for, you
yeah.
know, English speaking audiences because this is, after all, the English dubbed version.
but I get the feeling, the cringy, overwhelming, you know, seeming arrogance of that situation. But you guys just have
He
to see.
literally just said, "You need to stop being cowards. You need to put your faith in me." I mean, come on. Who the
Yeah,
fuck says that?
you say he was telling everyone else, literally everyone else in the room, including some of the most talented, amazing people in this world.
But
You're
that's
all
the-
pieces of shit,
but that
and you
but,
didn't put your faith in
but how were they
me.
not acting like pieces of shit though? They were acting like pieces of shit
Hey, a
though.
lot of them were, but some of them were his friends, and he
Yeah,
was still like he
Well, I
wasn't
mean,
distinguishing.
first off, okay, I have to say this right now. Aaron is just a cadet. He's a cadet, and he's barely tested. Yes, he's experienced some combat, some, but he is still barely tested. So I
I,
would say him saying that shit to people who are battle hardened and battle seasoned, I'm fairly certain that the people who are battle hardened and battle seasoned are probably scoffing at the very things that he had just said to him. So Levi, so
but ready to eliminate somebody who's done nothing but speak about taking out the Titans. You know what I'm saying? Even before they join the core. You know, it's like and all of a sudden because they have something happen that even he can't explain. The the thing is to put him on trial, to lock him up, put him on trial, and possibly kill him because what? Because he's done what besides turn into something that he can't even explain what the hell's going on. It's like you got to
I
think about what you're doing.
I
And
got I got to admit, I think they are reacting the way I would expect them to react because this what's
not hard and talented, not hard and talented, battle tested. You know what I'm saying? Elite members of the military that you know what I'm saying that act as if somebody who was never really a threat and was always and was always passionate
what
about being an ally, about being one of
what's
the main
going
components. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to say real quick, what's going on with Aaron, him having the ability to turn into a Titan, is something that they have never experienced before. This is an
Neither he.
unknown element.
Not neither he, but in his but then neither is he, but then in his life, simply because you don't understand something, it is you know, especially when it's someone who's always dreamed of being one of the components that ended the you know the terror of the Titans, and all of a sudden because something happens that you can't explain and he can't explain either, you're just ready to end this. You're ready to end his life. It's just like that doesn't read like I mean, if I was him and I always looked up to, you know, saying these scouts and these, you know, saying and these particular, you know, some special forces people, and then to be at the subject like this, it will make me call them cowards too.
Yeah, but I would still say that what Aaron said, saying that they need to put their faith in him, he shouldn't have said that. They have no reason to put their faith in him at all.
Hmm. I guess not, but what you know,
Yeah,
but
Not even
everybody,
put your faith, put all your faith in me.
yeah.
I'm like that. That's the thing.
they
He
have
was saying,
attacked.
I'm the only one who can do anything useful, despite, you know, several of these people having many kills to their name. He
And
Yeah.
was just like, I'm the
but
only one who's actually useful.
many more because at this point, see that that's the thing. You, it's almost like I guess sometimes in anime because it's kind of like that. It's kind of like this. It's kind of like this thing that it's kind of like a similar thing that Goku has on Dragon Ball Z, where it always seems like where somebody else will be weakened and broken down, you know, at the punishment that they've taken. It just seems to fire Goku up, you know, even more. You know what I'm saying, when that happens. it's like that's kind of what happened to Aaron. It's like the more Mikasa, you know what I'm saying, constantly, you know what I'm saying, constantly kind of oppressed him and basically loomed over him with, you know what I'm saying, with everything that he did, it it made it made his passion have to, you know what I'm saying, have to fire up even more in that, you know, in that situation. And it's like the more he gets doubted, he gets looked down upon, the more it fires his resolve up. It seems like. So it's not like he's doing it because he's so super fucking arrogant. It's just like something in him that every time somebody tries to take a shot at him, tries to push him down, break him down, it just like it fires up his resolve and his passion even fucking more. It's like it compensates for all that doubt, that might creep into his head because of what somebody else is saying. It's like that, you know, it's like that passion and that confidence in himself just keeps firing up, that they kind of overwhelm that anytime it comes along.
I could do that, but at the same time, like when Aaron's mother died, he had this whole thing where he's like, "Oh, you know, she cared about me. I never told her I loved her," and stuff like that. And he's severe, like he's got a lot of regret about that. But then someone
Because
else comes along who's like, yeah, like maybe she is like being just like, you need protection, but she's still showing love for him, and he hasn't learned that lesson, and he's still like, he basically tells her to go fuck herself more than a few times.
because it's constantly this thing of, because she comes at him like, it's hard to see it, like when you realize that the person that was there for you is not coming back again. You know he loves his mother and he wishes he had said it more, but it's hard to see through that when she's constantly making you feel like you're always going out there starting fights. You're always going out there, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the time he's just trying to help his friends out. You know, like what do you just keep on walking? You pretend to be somebody's friend and act like when they're getting their food stolen. I mean, it's certain things. It's like, come on, like I mean, people get it, but it's like to live a life of, okay, I might not be the best fighter. I may only be one person. I may be small, but that's my friend. He's bringing back food to his family. That's gonna be that's gonna be what they're gonna have to live on for at least another week or two. And then there's somebody just fucking just taking it and eating it. I mean, it just, you know, I don't think anyone could just, if they're really someone's friend, could just kind of just act like, hey, that's just the way it goes, you know, and move on. I mean, I get it. See, the thing about caring about somebody is truly empowering someone. You care about him. You want him. You want him to. You know what I'm saying. You want him to stop running in and not being able to completely handle the situation. Teach him how to fight better. Never taught him how to fight better, but constantly looms over him and makes it seem like he's just some jerk that's always trying to start shit, when all he's trying to do is trying to protect his friends and trying to protect what he feels like is right about the situation. He doesn't want to hear a bunch of people just talking a bunch of crap about, you know what I'm saying, about those people who are out there giving up their lives. He doesn't want to, you know what I'm saying, see people just bullying other people and this other shit going on. You know, it's just, it's like, wow, he don't understand why people can't see that this is what people do when they feel like something is wrong. They, no matter what, they try to do something to make the situation right. And that's kind of how his head works. And the thing is, his mother always made him feel like he was just out there just kind of going at it and just, you know, it's just was standing up for yourself. It's like the more you go about just trying to avoid situations like that, the more scared you'll end up being. And eventually see, although Armin's his friend, he sees Armin and he doesn't want to be Armin. So his, you know, so that passion within himself and that fire is never going to let him become Armin. No matter, regardless of how many guys there are, you know what I'm saying, how big they are, or whatever, he's not going to be, he doesn't want to be that way.
Like just indecisive, like he may
Not
be
indecisive,
a
not indecisive.
strategic genius. Well,
Armin's smart.
strategically, he's a genius. Combat wise, not so much.
I mean, combat
But he
strategy.
learns that.
Combat strategy. He started to pick that up, but overall, he's not built to stand up and fight like that. And
No, yeah,
And
that's what I
Aaron,
mean. Like he learns, like he's good at strategy, not being a soldier.
Mhm.
well, there are architects and there are builders. I mean, he's an architect,
Mm.
and he just. But it's like I just think that there are certain ways. I just think sometimes, and I think that's the thing that I think becomes a mistake when it comes to anime. It's like you don't have to you don't have to basically punch down on one side to build up the other. I think sometimes that's where anime's kind of made its mistake, where you make Mikasa so badass while making Eren seem so much of a blowhard half the time, and it was just kind of weird sometimes. It's like
I mean, yes, but they don't make her infallible either. Like they're both they're both very similar. Like to use a cliche, they're both kind of two sides of the one coin. They're both very driven in different ways because of the abilities they have, and
but
both prone to similar levels of being blinded by what they're trying to do.
now what I'm but see but what I kind of also am saying is though is that it's like, look, that moment where he freed her from the kidnappers, and then they ended up working together to take them out, was taking up the last one ultimately. It was like, see, I think for him, he kind of saw a bond forming, like more, you know what I'm saying, like more of a thing that connected them together. And and it was like, I think it was kind of disheartening to see as they got older that she started seeing him as sort of like less than, her in ways. I think that I think that's kind of what made him a little bit resentful. And then to kind of realize that his mother was kind of pushing the same agenda and narrative on that, it was just like, yeah, it's kind of hard to feel. And that's the thing. So it's like, is it for him to learn? See, some people could say it's a lesson that he has to learn. I wonder sometimes, was there a lesson that Mikasa had to learn?
Well, see,
Like,
that's where I think that, like, I would disagree that I think she saw him as lesser than. I would say she recognized his flaws in being, like, his letting his, like, kind of blind determination guide what he was doing. Like he was very much focused on one thing. He's focused on revenge and, you know, killing everything. Whereas she has a bit more of a critical mind, but she also suffers from the same thing. She also has that kind of just, I'm going to do what it takes at any cost, and it leads to similar results.
I'm, I don't know. Like I
And I
said,
feel like I'm doing a very poor job of explaining what I mean.
I mean, I don't, like I said, I think that's the one interesting thing about good art. You know what I'm saying? No matter whether it's painted or chiseled or just kind of created digitally, I think that it creates a number of conversations and different perspectives. I guess I just figured
Yeah,
my perspective. I guess sometimes, I guess me personally as a creative, I dream of one day creating more of a like intergender buddy movie and whatnot, like male and
Trans
female,
Beverly Hills Cop.
huh?
Trans Beverly Hills Cop.
No, that's no. Why are you so fucking obsessed with fucking trans, bro? Jesus Christ. Anyway, No, no, I'm talking about fucking male and female, all being fucking
You could
friends.
have these bananas. They're yours. Puts them on this fucking. She
I'm talking about
took
a
me
male
off.
and female being friends, not one playing down the other and everything like that. Like that's part of the reason why I shitted on Captain Marvel in the first place. Like I just felt like the dulling down and the playing out of of fucking Nick Fury in that movie was just like it didn't have to be that. It didn't have to be it didn't have to be this sort of thing. And it's just and if people doubted that, there was one moment where she felt like okay, when she ran into her old friend, her old friend from way back, that say they started in the Air Force together and stuff like that, and I guess they needed a moment to have their special talk or whatever, and she's like telling him you want to give her daughter some help finding something like like seriously, like this is a motherfucker that runs Shield. You know what I'm saying? That run Shield right now. This whole Earth government, what I'm saying, organization and whatnot, that where we house other, Avengers as it were. And it's like you're kind of speaking to him as if he's some sort of like kid or something, man. It just I don't know. I don't know.
This is the first time I'm hearing about this complaint about them. I've heard that movie was shit for various other reasons, but really they turned Nick Shield fucking
Into a low level
turned him
sidekick.
into a like
A low level sidekick, and she's just really like and like even at the last part where she's giving him where she's supposed to like upgrade his communicator thing to be able to communicate with her even in another galaxy, and kind of some kind of lecture, saying, don't kind of giving him this thing, don't go just using it like this man runs fucking Shield, like what I'm saying, you're asking him like he's gonna call you to say, hey, I'm going to say hi or whatever, like what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, like what the fuck
hey,
is
how
this?
you doing today? Like that's huh?
Yeah, it's just that. So yeah, that was one of the major issues for me.
Ugh.
Was this whole was this whole thing of kind of really kind of playing him up because she's got all these abilities and it's like to play him like he's just like it's, I just found that just unnecessary. I just really found it unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, not to go off top. It's kind of on topic, but not really. But do you remember that scene from Avengers Endgame where it involves Captain Marvel, where Peter is like Peter Parker is holding the gauntlet with the stones, and he's getting hit with artillery, and Captain Marvel like says like, "Hey, Peter Parker, you got something for me?" And she takes the gauntlet, and then Peter says like, "I don't know how you're going to get through all of that." And then all the female superheroes come in and says, "Don't worry, she has help." And it has all the different superheroes just start walking towards the battle, and it just that whole scene with all those women just doing all that. I get what they were trying to do in that scene, showing female empowerment in that scene. I get it, but how it was executed was not done well.
And
It's just,
that's the problem with all of this shit.
yeah, it's just
Like
it was way too on the nose. It was way
like
too on the nose. It's just,
what was that thing you saw? Like it was I think it was you, Charles, you posted on Telegram recently. You saw the Brie Larson thing where no, it wasn't Brie Larson, was it where she said she was the first like female action hero?
Jennifer Lawrence, and it was
Jennifer
me.
Lawrence.
Yeah,
It was, yeah, I thought so.
it was Jennifer Lawrence, where she basically said, and she quickly corrected herself, but it was already out there by the time she fucking said it, and people latched onto it. And she ended up saying that she was the first, like because of her role in the Hunger Games, that she was
Yep.
the first woman in an action role. And when I
Yep.
saw that she said that, I just couldn't help but fucking laugh at that, because I was like, really? Really? Okay. I can only think I can think of many, but the first one that comes to mind is like, oh, I don't know, Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah,
Sigourney Weaver playing
Ripley,
fucking alien.
Lara
That's
Croft, fucking
Yeah.
like, and the correction is basically meaningless because that first thought is her legitimate thought.
Yeah. Oh
That's
yeah.
like that's her. That's the fucking like. Oh no, I didn't mean. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
You did. Oh, I didn't mean I was the first female action hero. I meant I was. Yeah, exactly.
It's like she.
Let's just ignore 40 years of
Yeah.
various female characters. I spit on your grave. Fucking a woman taking revenge on a bunch of dudes for a horrific rape incident, like grape incident.
Great.
YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like there's
But no,
so many examples, and it's like you're gonna be like that, really?
yeah, but no, it's. I mean, it's like. I mean, look, I'm stammering over my own fucking words here. But I mean, Sigourney Weaver
Stop
comes.
copying me.
Yeah, I know. But no, it's a Sigourney Weaver in Alien. In Aliens. Game over, man. Game over. Just, I mean,
What are we gonna do now, man?
even though I've never seen Aliens, I've seen the original Alien, but I've never seen Aliens.
Oh, that's at the list.
Yeah, adding that to the list, I know. I mean, I've never even seen Alien 3 either. I've seen Alien Resurrection, though, and that movie sucks.
but it all kind of ties because it goes back to the discussion that I had before. When I speak about Michael Bain, from both the Terminator movie and the Alien, excuse me, and the Aliens movie. I
Oh, yeah,
believe.
Linda Hamilton. That's another one. Linda Hamilton from Terminator.
And but I think also the buddy situation that's created in both of those movies by Michael Bain is that yeah, he comes in as a certified badass guy in the situation, and he comes along and he's there for both Linda Hamilton and Sigourney Weaver to help, you know what I'm saying, and helping them both become badasses themselves and everything like that. And I think
Linda Hamilton, he gives her the business, if you know what I'm saying.
yes, he does, perv. yes, he does. Absolutely, sir. You are correct. I'm just
Oh, here's another one. Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah, even though she was she an action star? I can't remember.
horror more, but
Horror,
Yeah, like,
horror. I
I
would
was
go
gonna say
further.
True Lies, but it was more like that was more of a striptease. But let's go with action hero for that one.
I would go more
It-
horror for
it's
her, but I would
supposed
say
to
Arnold
be
Arnold
the end
Arnold
goal.
Schwarzenegger was a lucky man in that movie.
Yes, he was.
but I would still say like I would go further back and Jane Fonda even.
Jane Fonda. Okay, yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah,
Fucking Pam Grier.
Pam Grier. That's
Like,
another one. Yeah.
it's like if you legitimately can't think of another female hero and you're just like, I'm the first. That's even a thought that occurs in your fucking dumb fuck brain.
You know what? Real quick,
You
real
should
quick,
be just. I'm just
real
gonna
quick.
disregard anything you ever say.
Okay, I'm just
Cynthia
gonna,
Rothrock. Cynthia
I'm-
Rothrock.
I'm
Yeah.
going to go. I'm gonna be the one to come out and say it. That Oscar that Jennifer Lawrence won went to her head.
Okay.
It inflated her ego. That's what happened.
But again,
Yeah.
folks, and why I keep doing that? Cynthia Rothrock. I mean, are we
Where do I know that name?
China O'Brien?
China O'Brien.
Little,
All right, now that name I definitely
little
know.
short, blonde, you know what I'm saying? Blonde hair, short haircut, you know what I'm saying? Fucking martial arts tornado. Little female martial arts tornado, you know what I'm saying? Cynthia Rothrock.
Wait a minute. Is that
Where
the
do I,
chick from Martial Law 1 and 2?
China O'Brien? Is
Am
that
I thinking of a different blonde woman?
Let me see.
O'Brien with an IE or IA?
IE.
IE. Okay. China O. China
Don't
O.
look up CHYNA clitoris. You'll get dicks.
Oh god damn it! Why the fuck would I look that up?
Let's see here.
Oh, okay. It's the name of a movie. I thought that was actually a person's name. Okay.
Well, that was her. That was her name in the movie, China O'Brien. That was, you know, it was her and the movie, you know. But yeah,
Okay. Well,
she was a
I'm looking her up now.
yeah, she
So
was a martial law. You were right. She was a martial law
It is.
man too.
I was
It is
thinking of
her.
the right chick. Oh, there you go.
oh shit.
Yep, and then she was also in a movie with she was also in a movie with Corey Haim at
What
one point.
was it?
I forgot what the name of that movie was, but it was point where him and his father, they would rob banks together, and he would play like the kid being taken hostage and shit like that. And
Hmm.
then
Wait a minute. I have seen this woman before. Where the fuck have I seen her before?
she's been in a bunch of movies.
Yeah,
Like I
'cause
said,
she was what, like she was like a she was wasn't she like MMA before MMA was a thing?
I don't I don't know how to. Like I said, I know she was definitely a martial artist. She definitely did her fucking thing. But she was
Yeah,
yeah
she was
that,
like it's like ladies Steven Seagal
yep,
without the crappiness and tassels that come with Steven Seagal.
And the constant need to fight while sitting down.
those
I,
butts.
I keep seeing remixes of that movie. I kind of feel like I have to watch it now.
Did you watch the video that was shared?
Was that the John Wick with Steven Seagal?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that.
But the movie was fast. The movie was Fast Getaway, by the way, with Corey Haim.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that one.
But yeah, she was like I said, China O'Brien, Guardian Angel, Undefeatable. You know, Tiger Claws. You know,
So
Angel of
this is, oh
Fury.
my god, this is the female Steven Seagal without the
Yeah, like
sad without
she's
the
actually
sad
like
patheticness.
she's actually pretty attractive. She's just been in some very terrible movies.
But she can fight her ass off though.
Yeah,
She can,
Okay, so
she can fight.
definitely. Like that's a fact.
she's also still relatively attractive for a 66-year-old.
Yeah, she's holding on to it.
Yeah.
God bless.
And possibly still holds a and probably still holds a devastating kick in her arsenal still.
Oh, so she
You
was
know,
she was
Martial
active.
law. What was the other
actually,
one?
what?
Honor and Glory. That's the other one I think of seeing her in.
Let me treat you to something. Then let's see.
She was active as an actress from 1985 to 2004. Then she went on a hiatus, and then she came back in 2011, and then she's active from 2011 to present day.
Okay.
So yeah, she is still uh she's currently acting. Yeah. As for what she's doing currently, I don't know.
Okay, so let's see here. All right.
Charles, I feel like you've got a dance for what's going on right now.
What?
I
What happened?
said I feel like you've got a dance for what's going on right now.
What? I don't know what's going on.
Balls, head movements like this. Never mind. It's too late.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying. What was I doing?
No, you weren't doing it. The dead ends.
Oh, god damn it. I thought I heard you guys talking. I was reading up on Cynthia Rothrock.
Rothrock hard, am I right, guys? Huh?
Yeah. She could kick me any day.
That's it. Go ahead and kick these balls.
I mean, goddamn, she's just kicking his ass continuously.
They're fighting in the. Oh man, what the? Oh god, I mean, there she goes, and she almost gets run over by a car.
You shouldn't tell you. I just wanted you to see. I just wanted you to see just a quick example, just a quick example of how fluid that girl was, man. How fluid.
Yeah, because she's the female version of Steven Seagal without the sadness and patheticness.
Yeah, that guy would have ran over Steven Seagal like 6 times. 6 times! It ran over him 6 times.
Yeah.
Okay, see, I'm going to challenge you guys for better placement. For better placement of that. In these, look.
How can it not be better than that? We literally just said 6 times, and then it was like, 6 times.
Like,
bullshit, Jim. I can say, no.
Oh, damn it! It was disclosed.
I'm not finishing that sentence.
We all know by now, you pervert.
But I can't believe, like I said, so. But yeah, she was really something else as far as her martial arts skill set went. So
yeah, she was. She was something else to Charles, despite him not saying so.
Oh my god. It's gonna purr about every situation. Eh? Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, you guys are dicks.
Me? I'm trying to be complimentary here. They want to keep talking about fat tails, the fappy tails.
The Stone's fault or my fault? You said it without saying it.
Fappy tails.
I stopped myself, okay?
Oh yeah, like, okay. I killed a person. Okay, so you went 98% in. I'm just gonna, yeah.
All right. So so bottom line, all right.
All right, so back to Attack on Titan so we can stop focusing on Cynthia Rothrock.
Who is definitely jerk material.
Well, she is.
That.
Oh my god. Well, going back to the female, connecting and paralleling back to the female element back on Attack on Titan at the very least. How did it make you guys? I mean, what did it make you guys think to realize that yet somebody else random within, within the actual, Scout Corps was actually another, Titan, another purposeful planted Titan, and
the one who seems to give a fuck about nothing. That was well done.
Yeah, and me looking further into it, I know the reasons as to why she doesn't give a fuck about nothing.
And you keep saying,
don't you do it.
I get it, but focus on the now. We gotta focus on the now. I know.
Yeah. I know something you don't.
Not really, but
But no, no.
I don't.
But no. One thing I do have a complaint about the reveal. When they revealed her to be the female Titan, they kind
She
of
wasn't.
breezed.
She wasn't nude. I
No,
agree.
no. They breezed over it too quickly. Like, how they explained how they figured out it was her happened too fast. Like, it's like they were like, "Oh, it's her because of this," and I'm like, "Where's the fucking buildup?
because
How? Like, how
because
did you draw to this conclusion? It's just
because he realized he realized the fight technique. He realized that the fight technique
I don't
because
know. It's
things
just it happened too quickly, in my opinion.
but things are
It
moving
happened
fast.
too fast.
But because things are moving quickly here. People are now
Yeah,
realizing that there are humans, perceived humans that have the ability to transform into titans. And not just the regular doofy titans, but a more aware, more more agile, more more dangerous titan. And so things are moving fast now. You don't know who to trust. You don't know who's who. So when you see this, you have to quickly get on the move of wondering, like, what is this about? Where did this one come from? And things like that, because it's moving quickly.
mm.
No wall got broken into, nothing got kicked in. It didn't come in that way. How in the fuck is she here? So we got to move on and figure out what the fuck is going on right now. So that's why it moves like that. And then seeing her fight technique, it goes back to a pivotal moment of where she took Aaron out with those same fight techniques. It
And
really
that
went.
other guy, well, I
Yeah,
can't
of
remember his
course.
name.
But see, he's the one who recognized it in that moment. Like so
Mm.
he recognized that her fight techniques. That's what let him know that he didn't want to believe it at first. There were people who were suspecting it. See, that was always the thing. There was always a suspecting of the situation, and he just wasn't sure. And then once he seen her fight technique, that's when he became absolutely sure that that was her. And so
Almost like
it
that
wasn't.
reveal. That reveal is a moment when I was like, at first I was kind of like Charles, like this seems to like what, but then I think back to that entire series. I'm like, they really just they pieced out the groundwork for it.
They did, and that's what I'm trying to let you guys know, that it was suspicions, but Aaron still was like, because he still felt a certain respect for her. See, that's the thing. That's
And
the
then
thing.
Mikasa was just like, dude, think about it. He's like,
No,
oh,
but he still had to see
shit.
the no, but he still had to see the fight technique before he knew for sure. And it was like, and that's the difference. Why did he have so much respect for her? Because she was trying to show him something. She just wasn't trying to downplay him, downplay him, just looking as nothing but weak and a blowhard. She actually showed him some shit. And so that he picked up and kind of and kind of took the heart. He had a little bit more respect for her. So it was
Hmm.
hard for him. So it was still hard for him to believe that she would be a part, that she would be a part of it, that she would be this thing that's now a tremendous threat to them right now. It was hard for him to kind of just accept that. And then when he seen the fight technique, that's when he knew he couldn't deny it, anymore at that point. There was no way to deny once he saw her fight technique. He kind of knew, like, yeah, okay, I seen that. I know exactly. I've seen that. She does that, and there's no way to deny it.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, but that's like I said, it's a very interesting thing though. Still, that he still had that much of respect and admiration for her, even though he was like, well, damn, she seemed like to kick his ass and whatnot. But at least she was talking to him with a little bit of respect, and kind of letting him know, like, look, and it wasn't always like her shit is the best. Like, look, my style, it was my father taught me this style. It's kind of good for, what I'm saying, for my, what I'm saying, for my, what I'm saying, physical abilities and my, what I'm saying, my skill set. It works for me and things like that. And just and talking to more, just kind of trying to look. She helped them become stronger as a result. And and so it's like, it's weird. You think you spend all them years, why doesn't it have that same? Because she never wanted to make him stronger. She just wanted him to shut the fuck up and move along. And what I'm saying, and stop creating situations where she always has to come along and protect him. That was Mikasa. And then along here she comes, and she's basically trying to help him gain a new skill set so that way he becomes stronger. Instead of feeling like it's going to be all of this close combat and all this type of stuff like that, but kind of giving him a bit of a slicker skill set to work with.
Okay.
So it was just kind of, so I guess when you think about all of that, and he kind of arrives to that point, it's kind of like, wow, I really felt like I had somebody that I had a respect for. It seemed they might have had a little bit of a respect for me and whatnot, and and then they kind of feel like you have to kind of realize that she's now a threat like that. It's just I think she was a little jealous. I think Mikasa could sense that, and I think that's why she was a little bit jealous, and she wanted to take her on. She wanted to take her on in a little sparring session herself, because I think she was a little jealous of, a little jealous about what she was sensing. Honestly. Any thoughts on that?
She was like, "This is my dick, bitch."
I don't think that Annie is romantically interested in Eren.
No, but
No.
and neither he was for her. But it was more of just a respect situation. It was more of a respect thing when it came to her, and just seeing like, look, she had a respect. She was strong, and she was willing to help him become stronger, and everything like that. And she was willing to show him some different techniques that could, that could work a little better in different situations, possibly. And so, and more, and it's more than just dismissing him as being weak and having no skills. And that's just the end of the conversation. She actually acknowledged that he had some skills and some passion, but, and definitely could use some other things to kind of help him. They're going to help him along, to make him more formidable. She showed it the hard way, but I mean, hey, sometimes you got to learn that. And Eren doesn't seem to be above learning the hard way. His failures falling,
pretty much
falling
the
down,
only way he learns, really.
and failure and falling down doesn't seem to affect him at all. Even when he was trying to balance on those, so with that, with that harness setup, it was like failing and falling down. There was a point where some doubt creeped in, but he just wouldn't. He just, again, that passion, that self, that self-confidence, it wouldn't let him just give up. And then finally, they found out, of course, that the equipment was defective and that he was able to do it. So, that kind of gives a little bit of that, like that shining symbolism of like, look, yeah, you may feel the way you feel, but don't give up. It may seem like maybe people are right. Maybe I'm just I'm just a blowhard. I'm not really skilled. I'm not really meant to do this. But he still wouldn't let himself give up, and it worked out. And it worked out better. It worked out for the best for him in some ways.
I did love that whole Ali Omi fucking drill sergeant thing. It's such a cliche, but there was pretty much direct references to Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, but I don't think he's so much like our, our Lee Ermey. I don't think he's.
Oh no, he's definitely he's more like more forgiving, for sure. But there was definitely a couple lines that were, and I wish I could bring them up, but there was definitely a couple lines that were pretty much almost verbatim Full Metal Jacket fucking references.
Because I get it, I think that he was I think he represents what I feel like Eren believed in. Like his experience, his level of experience and time leading, leading the military, leading the Corps. It was just like he has a sense of balance about him. He's not too heavy, and he can be heavy when he needs to be, but he also still has a understanding of what the hell is going on. Everybody else can just dismiss it as you signed up for this, you signed up for this, you signed up for this. But he has more of an understanding that look, there's still people's lives we're talking about here, and everything is about trying to make those lives that are sacrificed and are being risked out there mean something to him. That's what is always that's what always is going to be the mission in that situation. And anytime, and out of all of those people, he was the only one that saw an opportunity in Aaron. He's like the only one who saw an opportunity. Everybody else felt like he was everybody else felt he became an instant threat and everything like that. And he's the only one who saw a possible opportunity. And great that he was there because it worked the fuck out. He definitely played big in helping, helping in that situation.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. I got to take my dogs outside.
No problem.
Yeah.
We're probably about closing out with this one anyway, because I just can't wait to season 2. My God. I mean, folks,
of course.
Because folks, I don't know. Look, I just can't wait to start conversing about the Beast Titan. Can't wait. I'm going to give you a little preview there. It's not a spoiler, but I'm going to give you a little preview.
Is that where Stone Beast comes from?
Yes.
Is that where Stone Beast? Okay.
Yes. I just can't wait to start talking about that one, because that is just the more odd situations. And I just say that he looks like, see, that is what this next monster on like the new Kong Godzilla installment, he kind of looks like that.
Okay. So, without telling me anything, I gotta figure we get back to the Armored Titan and stuff at some point.
Oh, we definitely do, because we definitely do. We definitely get back to the Armored and the Colossal.
Okay, cool.
As a matter of fact, because then you start realizing it's just it becomes a thing. Like, you start realizing that this whole Titan thing isn't just some sort of thing that happened. You realize real quick that by the beginning of the second, that it's not just a thing that happened. It's like it's been a thing that's been around for a while, and something else has kind of happened to kind of kick this off. And I think, like usual, it's science. Science is what kicks this thing, back off in the worst way.
That's something like, because what are we? We're in the year. Well, it starts in what was it? 845, I think. Initially.
Say again.
Like, it starts in the year 845, I think, initially. Then it goes to 850 with the time jump.
Wow.
I think that was the.
I should take more notes. I should have took more notes though.
I should have too. But that's, I got a fucking got this fucking notebook here, and I haven't used it once. Bunch of blank pages. But I think it was 845 we start initially, then 850, which is why we're sort of dealing with mostly old world technology for the most part, aside from the, what are they called? The ODM gear, which is these like gas propelled zip lines, fucking.
And they seem to have a holder for their blades when they have to exchange them out or whatever.
Yeah, like the. Damn it, was it not zip line? I'm trying to think of the word. Gas propelled grapple launchers, I guess.
Okay, I mean, for better or for worse, I mean, you definitely were descriptive on that for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'm still missing the term that I'm looking for, but yeah, let's go with that. Gas propelled grapple launchers that have these, what do they got, like 4 blades, I think.
I think they hold
Oh,
enough for them to be able to
oh,
exchange out in
about
case they
8,
get a little chipped or
like
whatever.
4, yeah, like 4 on each side, which are these sort of trigger based, sort of like a gun handle almost, but they're blades instead. They sort of couple them together. But all that is very cool. I love that. It's
Yeah,
almost kind of it's very cyberpunkish to a point.
yeah, and I'm gonna have a little fun with this one because I'm glad you brought that up because let's just say that the that the Beast Titan they come up in the second season becomes curious about that, you know what I'm saying, about that contraption himself.
Hmm. Kind of scared.
Trust me. Think about the guy who was wearing it. Think about the guy who was wearing it. How much, you know what I'm saying, fucking terrified.
Like, I'm really intrigued as
Hold
to
on
where
one
this is going to
second.
go. Like, because yeah,
And if I can give you, I'm sorry to interrupt. And if I can give you sort of like uh, a sort of like a microcosm of what it when he held the contraption, that's that's how he would hold it. That's how he was holding it.
oh wait, the spoon,
Huh?
the spoon.
No, what I'm saying is like when he held the ODM gear, when the Beast Titan held the ODM gear, that's how he had to hold it.
Okay, I was thinking when
Like you
Aaron,
like
when
you see
his
this in
hands were fucked up,
like you
and
see this in my hand, like you see this in my hand,
yeah,
like that's like when he was curious about it and he decided to take it with him, and he fucking this is how he had to hold it. That's how big he was. This is how he had to hold it. I'm just saying.
I love how creepy they made these Titans. Like,
The creepiness
just
is in
like,
is in the real like regular schmegular faces that they kind of have, and they're kind of just
yeah, exactly. Like, I would say the ones that look angry, which you don't get that often, I would say they're less scary than the ones who were just big smile. They're just lumbering towards you with a big smile, and it's this
and then
childlike.
some of them had great beards. I'm like,
Oh,
wow, like how these guys have
yeah,
great beards like that? You know what I'm saying?
yeah. What's that
Like,
about?
like they got like not just big bushy. They got like they got great beard work going on. Like what the hell?
Yeah,
Like who's doing your beard work, man? Jeez.
who's cutting that hair? Why do you have a perfect bowl cut? What's going on?
I'm just like, and then it's like I don't know. It's just again science. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
But I would say, like, it still kind of ties in towards the end there because I know. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Smile and okay, yeah, we still get into those last things because yeah, that is the showdown. Of course, that last part was the showdown between Annie and by the way, I think it basically bears mentioning that like once he kind of tightened out, Aaron did, like the residual resentment kind of turned into rage. Like I think he just automatically like he saw Mikasa and just like tried to attack her immediately.
Oh wait, you mean it was the second time he transformed? When it's like, hey, we've got this whole plan. He's gonna move the boulder, and oh no, he's just trying to kill fucking Mikasa, his childhood friend. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you're right. That was definitely that was definitely some venting. I think.
it just yeah, it's kind of like there she is again, and yeah. Like, yeah, it was like, okay, I get it. See, and that's what people just got to really understand. Like, she was really going about it the wrong way. And he was not really feeling her. If there was any sort of like lingering love, that it was more unrequited than anything. Because at first, because he really was not feeling her. Like he was, I mean, he respected her for sure overall, but I just think he just really wasn't feeling her overall. And just like, come
Hey,
on.
yeah, I guess when you go back, like pretty much his whole life, it's been sort of like, hey, I'm gonna be the guy who defends this person, and then it's just like, no, no one's scared of you, and then she pops in, fucking punches a motherfucker out. It's like, okay, because that was pretty much the first like violent incident we see between the two is when they're coming to defend Arman when he's being attacked by the bullies, and him and Mikasa are running towards them, and then all of a sudden she just like they they see him and they're like and they see her, she's like, oh shit, she's with them, and they fucking run for the hills. And there's a moment where it's just like, yeah, they ran because we're terrified, and even Arman says like, yeah, they ran because we're scary or something like that, and Arman's just like, yeah, one of you is. I'm not gonna say it's not you, but that chick's pretty nuts.
But I mean, it's just, again, I still go back to, at that point, if she might have never even have been, or it might have, her life might have been vastly different if Aaron hadn't have come along. And you would think
Oh
that would,
yeah,
and you would think they would form more of a bond. And she just didn't. You know what I'm saying? Somehow she was changed by it. She became stronger. She became more formidable, and somehow he just became lesser than. And I think
yeah.
that there was,
Someone like driven by the idea of being, I guess, someone like her, without the
but he was. But see,
he
that's where,
was, but he didn't necessarily have the the level of talent she did. He had the drive, whereas she had the drive because of him to a point.
but she was learning from somewhere, and that he wasn't learning apparently. But I mean, it's still, I don't know. I just still feel like there should have been something more invested in both of them being strong. I mean, like I said, there should have been. I felt like there was a little bit of a betrayal there, the way it kind of seems like, because
Yeah,
maybe his mother didn't know what, saying, what had happened. I think that, but his father did. I think that's why his father never really treated him that way. He tried, saying, he tried to balance the situation out, being, being, giving respect and love to his wife and everything like that, but also still trying to respect Aaron, because he knows, what he's went through and what's happened, and how Mikasa even got there and everything like that. And it's just, how can I put it? It's just like, you just, I guess, like I said, I put myself in that position. You would just think that there would be more, not even if it's not a brother sister bond, but still there would just be a strong friendship between those two, that you would want to get stronger together. But they kind of show what seems to be like a non-gratitude for essentially saving her life. It's just like, I just don't get that. And it's definitely, it was never going to be a recipe of getting Aaron to admire you, or like you in that way.
no, like that's one thing. Like it's definitely like it's a complex relationship because she both like yeah, she definitely looks down on him to a point, but there's also this absolute devotion as well, and
But that,
it's
but
both
see,
it's both an absolute devotion and yeah, like it's just simultaneous, like looking down on him as someone not in control with himself, but also an understanding that he is at the same time, if that makes sense. Like,
All right, guys, I'm back.
awesome. Yeah, we're just about to close out on this. We're just getting to the last part. We're just having a little bit of last discussion about the Mikasa Aaron relationship because again,
Oh,
it's a
you guys haven't even started on Saul yet?
we're like I said, we're
I was just about to say that. I was like, I think we touched on Saw for about maybe 3 minutes
a
at
little bit,
best.
but like I said, but it's again, it's Saw is gonna be see Saw is pretty it's complex, but it's pretty efficient. The further we go down, the more
Yeah,
complex the Saw moves are gonna be, and then there'll probably be more. There'll have to be more time given to the talks. But I mean, but
that's it.
right now,
It's one of those things like once you kind of it becomes a lot more complex once you learn about what the fuck they've done with this thing.
yeah, and
All
like I
right.
said,
Well,
we're just about to round up because we're about at the last. I was just about to get to the last conflict between, you know, between Annie, aka the female Titan, and you know Titan Aaron and everything like that toward what I'm saying when she was trying to make a break for it and everything like that when things were starting to close in and she was trying to make a break out what I'm saying for for the wall and escape out of there. So but before we were just kind of talking about just a little bit more of the complex relationship between those two. I understand that devotion maybe so it can be debated as like that devotion or that constant looming that assignment that her mother get that his mother gave was sort of like in her way of appreciation or gratitude for what he did, but it's not. That's not something that they talked about. It's something that she kind of like tells him what's going to be because that's what his mother. That's the assignment that his mother gave to her, and everything like that. And it's just because she never got to see, but it's like, but she may not see. She may not see who he really is and what he was really capable of, but you have you have seen what he was capable of doing when so when he came to basically rescue you from those kidnappers. I'm like, come the hell on. So it's because she doesn't see that, and she always sees him as just being weak and always jumping into things and not being able to handle himself. Like that's not always the case. And maybe if he had you, working with him instead of always feeling like you got to take out everybody because he can't deal with anyone. It's just bullshit. You're not
Well,
helping him at all.
that's where like I think she has a certain belief in him. She definitely has like a certain appreciation of what he can do. But yeah, ultimately it's probably not enough. And
So
Stone's giving me the tits.
'cause I was about to, but I was okay. But I guess like I said, we'll continue to explore that
Yeah.
relationship a little further, I guess. But I guess so. Why do you? So let me ask you this:
Mm.
given what ultimately happens with Annie, we know what everything goes down. But why do you think it was so important for them to? Well, I guess we kind of get an overall sense of importance because they wanted to be able to study her some more or try to get some answers out of her. I guess. I mean, do you really think that
Which
was important? Why do you think it was so important for her to break out of there?
she was no match for Aaron as a Titan.
yeah, like she had the skill, but she had the skill and new abilities beyond his skill level. But as who was the leader of the scouts that wasn't like the main captain?
Levi.
Levi. Yeah, as he said, it's like it was kind of a.
Basically, he was a captain that was also a pair of jeans. Yeah.
Yeah.
Charles,
The
you geek.
pair of jeans said something like it was stupid of us to think that a rookie like Jaeger could, be able to handle this kind of thing in the same way that someone who is well well versed in this kind of thing
Hmm.
could do. It's like clearly she's had some training while he's still trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, basically. Like at this point, more or less, he knows if I bite my hand, most of the time, I'll transform into, if not a titan that can pummel things, at least something that can help me in this situation. Whereas she's clearly got a very good handle on what that form is, to the point of being able to not only completely control it, but turn parts of herself into near invincibility to protect
Yeah.
from death.
Oh yeah. Yeah. She would be able to crystallize certain parts of her skin, or her epidermis, I guess is the best way to describe it, because that's basically what it is.
Yeah.
And it would basically protect her from being pulled out of the body of the Titan.
Protecting the, what's the word? Well, they said it enough times. The nape of the neck,
Mhm.
Yes, that's right.
which
That's
is
right.
where in this instance of a Titan, is where the person controlling this kind of Titan is. Where they're just kind of hanging out. They got their AirPods in, they're fucking, listening to Disturbed. They're wrecking civilizations.
What the hell?
Let's face it, they're not
Wow.
listening. They're not listening to Disturbed. They're listening to some emo or screamo type bullshit that you listen to when you're in high school.
And who's doing this?
Annie, apparently.
Fucking, this series
She's
is another example of how.
she's
I'm
listening to
sorry.
something with the singer. It's like we're gonna tear it all down and tear down the establishment and some bullshit like that.
Hmm.
But with a very whiny voice.
Yes, exactly. Just like My Chemical Romance, which I fucking hate that band.
Okay,
Yeah.
so did you? So okay, let me
Boo.
ask you this: leaving season one, though, did you walk away feeling like it was the clear? Okay, these are the good guys; these are the bad guys.
No, not even a little bit. I'm still very unsure about
So, so
pretty
even with the
much
Titans,
everyone involved with the show.
Mhm.
so even with the Titans on the other side, you still feel like you're not clear. So it's not still clear to you that these are the bad guys.
Hey, the Titans are the ultimate enemy, but
The Titans, to me, the way like the
they're
people in the
mindless.
show, the people describe the Titans the best way I think they can be described. They're basically behaving with an animalistic nature. That's basically how they're behaving. They're
Yeah,
little more than just animals.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
like you've seen the
So
creepy grins that they have.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. It's just like whenever they see a human, they're like, "Ooh, food," and then they end up eating the human, and then the human just hangs out in their stomach for a little while they dissolve, and then
Until
of course they have no digestive tract, so the only thing they can do is have their digested like food that they ate to come back up and say, hello.
yeah, it's this weird kind of fleshy hairball thing.
Yeah, because they don't even have a rectum. They have butt cheeks, but they don't have a rectum.
When the female Titan first appears as the two guys, and he's like, "Oh, she's got a pretty great ass for an abnormal." I'm just saying
Were you
that was
seriously
essentially the
checking out?
dialogue.
Were
You
you
find
seriously
you find the
checking?
perv moments in these, and he got
You
I didn't
seriously?
write it or vocalize it. They said it. I just noticed it.
Wait. Were you
with
serious?
with eagle-like accuracy.
They were seriously checking out the Titan's ass, even though that Titan didn't even have skin.
Yep, they certainly were.
You could see the muscle tissue of the. Oh my
Yep,
god.
yep.
So what? So what? Like, did they see like the scene from the movie Hellraiser where the person got its skin ripped off and they thought, oh yeah, that's hot.
Oh, what sights we have to show you at 3 or 4 times scale.
Oh god damn it. Oh, that's so fucked up. That is wrong on so many levels.
But my God, that was literally a line of dialogue. Like, it's not a bad ass, for an abnormal. The guy, you mean those guys that run like they're in the Special Olympics? This one's got tits, and you're just like, jerking off
Yeah.
like Frenchmen.
And how would you know?
I wouldn't. I just figure Frenchmen jerk off to unseemly things. Because, they're
Because they're Frenchmen.
All I can do is look and shake my head right now.
so you approve of what the Frenchmen do. I see.
I mean, Pepe Le Pew is a perfect example.
Exactly.
Of what?
Rape culture? Come on, Stone. Keep up.
Yeah.
That's what he's an example of. Okay.
Oh my god. I wasn't even a fan of Pepe Le Pew. I always thought he was annoying. But look, look, I already confirmed in like the last Alpha Podrins episode, my favorite Looney Tune is Marvin the Martian.
Why?
Always.
Because of his sexual ambiguity?
No.
What?
No.
You think so? You think so?
Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go on camera for this. God damn it! I'll just show you.
You really think so, Damian? You really
Well,
think there's some ambiguity
see,
with him? You think
this is my favorite mug.
This is a very interesting conversation. You really think that?
What does this mug have to do with sexual ambiguity?
I mean, you could teabag that.
Why would I teabag a mug?
Why would anyone teabag anything?
They happen to do it all the fucking time in video games. It's actually gotten so bad that certain multiplayer video game moderators will ban people who do it.
I feel like on some level you've helped prove my point.
I don't teabag people in video games.
No, babe. You haven't denied that you teabag that mug.
I don't. Why would I? Why am I a part of this conversation?
Why do any of you do shows with me? I still don't understand.
I don't know. I'm just gonna sit here and eat my hot dog.
I know I own the network, but Jesus Christ. You people need to think about your lives.
Yeah.
Especially this fucking prick. Not Kish. Mr. Kish is a sweet man, but This Jim Grendel guy. Oof. Hot dogs are shaped like wieners. And Charles is currently dipping them in that mug.
So,
There is
How did
literally
he even
nothing
get
in
here?
the mug for
so
me
our
to
cigars,
dip
but we constantly suck on them, don't we?
Well, you know what George Carlin said about cigars?
or throw them at people.
What did he say?
Well, what George Carlin said, Sigmund Freud said about cigars. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Sometimes it's the big brown dick with a fat white businessman sucking on the wet end of it. Are you a fat white businessman, Mrs. Tom?
Well, I'm not fat. And last time I checked, not white.
All right.
I mean, yeah. This you can't even. This is not even white. So not white.
I don't know. I don't know what this is about, but
I'm a
Oh,
fat
my
white
God.
businessman. Oh yeah. And Jim Grindle does not look like Jack Black. Not at all.
no, not even a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
I do. I look like Jack Black. I look like Rupert Murdoch. It's me.
You know, I
I-
could say that Jim Grindle looks like Jack Black in the movie The Jackal with Bruce Willis after he got his arm shot off by the sniper rifle.
You could say that,
Yep.
but you're not.
I know. I'm just trying to make a funny joke, but apparently that joke failed. All right.
No, come on.
Uh-oh. Charles, you're gonna have to answer for your crimes now.
Oh no.
Oh, I was joining and I missed his crimes. This is a Frozen scene.
Yeah. There's
Um,
a Bruce Willis movie called The Jackal where he plays a arms dealer / assassin,
Arm stealer.
and
Oh, yeah.
he has like a friend / business partner that's played by Jack Black that's selling him a high-powered sniper rifle with automated targeting sequencing.
Yeah, he Jack Black always played the geek guys. I think he
Yeah,
just
yeah.
helped. I think he just helped them. I think he helped them with the, what I'm saying, with the controls and everything like that to get it
Yeah, yeah.
synced up right. I think that was the
And-
main thing that he helped with.
And what happened in the scene that I'm talking about is that Jack Black is trying to show off the weapon to Bruce Willis's character, and then Bruce Willis says like, "Okay, go off in the distance and like hold your arm out and hold like a Coke can."
He told him
And
he told him it was a couple meters off,
It was a couple meters off. Okay.
and he told him he told him that he didn't think so, and he was like,
Yeah,
"Let's go out there and
Yeah. And so Jack Black was like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah, go out there." And so Jack Black, of course, being scared out of his mind, goes out there and holds the Coke can in his arm. And so Bruce Willis's character holds up the rifle, positions it, tries to target it upright, and then shoots it. And lo and behold, the bullet hits the Coke can, but also takes out half of Jack Black's arm.
because he told him it was off."
Yep, told her it was off.
Well, wait a minute now. You said all of this in the 2 seconds that I was jumping in here?
No,
Oh, okay. Well, then thanks for the spoiler.
God damn it!
That's all right. I didn't even know Jack Black was in that movie.
I think he was only in it for like 10 minutes.
I mean,
So he didn't come back after that arm scene.
I don't think so. No.
no,
Ah.
he took him. He took him out after that.
Yeah.
Well, considering you guys are TEE TV, I decided to pop in because I just noticed Creep Show is back for a 4th season on Shudder, I assume. Any of you guys watch that?
I tried.
Creep Show. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
I tried.
I tried all 3 seasons. The third season, if I recall, was horrible. I think the first season was horrible, but the second season was all right. I don't remember. There was an all right season. I know that much. There's been a few okay episodes, but it's been gone for a long time now, like 3 years. And they finally came back with another season, and I had no idea. And I'm a little nervous to check it out. It might waste my time.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was feeling like. I don't want hokey shit. That's the thing that I did not fucking want. I don't want hokey shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Because some of that shit was, yeah, some of the stories a little hokey overall, but I mean, yeah, it's still there's some of that shit that was disturbing. Like oh my god,
Those
cockroach
first
shit
2
was-
movies, every story had a brand to it. Like, you could say all of those stories belonged together in an anthology, but nothing they have made sense. Not part 3 or 4, or I think it was 4, when Wilder Valderrama bought the franchise for a brief period. Fez from the '70s show.
I was going to ask, is that him?
Yeah, well, he tried to revive it for a while, turned it into a web series. Like, he was trying to make, I think, Creepshow 4, failed, turned it into a web series. It was actually, I mean, it was really cheap, but it definitely was better than that third Creepshow, which was just trash. And then now I guess someone else owns it, but yeah, it just doesn't feel like Creepshow. There's not been a single episode in 3 seasons. Now let's see about 4 that felt like those first 2 movies. So why bear the name even?
fucking with
The
you on
last
that.
thing that I've seen that guy in, was that From Dusk Till Dawn, the series.
Which he did fine in. He came back for the '90s show as Fez. He played Fez again, so that would be his last role technically now.
Yeah, well, I'm still kind of pissed off that they didn't bring back From Dusk Till Dawn, the series, because did they even officially cancel that show?
I don't remember.
I never actually saw it, but is what was it called? The El Rey Network? Is that even still a thing?
It's kind of a thing. It's like a much lesser version of what it was. I think they're trying to reboot. I think they ended that properly, if I recall. I didn't see the final episodes because I gave up on the El Rey Network after they canceled Matador, because that show ended on a fucking unconclusive point, and it was really good.
Because it was like what was it? It was like an animated series with, I think it was Keith David and a couple other people that looked really interesting, but I can't fucking find it anywhere. Can't remember what it
And
was.
you haven't typed Keith David animated series El Rey Network?
I was about to do it, but my fucking TV turned off. I'm trying to figure that out right now.
Yeah, but you said you can't find it anywhere. Let's see.
I know, quote unquote, legally.
But
Are you sure it was the El Rey Network or Keith David?
Hold on.
Is it called Greenleaf? No, that's Oprah Winfrey's channel.
That's
Oh,
not, it's not animated.
hold on, I'll look it up on my phone.
Stone just admitted he watches the Oprah Winfrey channel.
Queer.
What?
TEE.
TEE.
Fuck up.
So we had a pornographer on Night Creeps last night. She was lovely.
Keith is a 2008.
God damn it, that's not what I'm looking for. Not
How
stupid Google.
She had big tits, little tits,
Well, it didn't really see them. They were below. They were below the screen line.
Oh, so saggy tits.
No, she was 24 years old. They weren't saggy.
You could be 24 and have saggy tits. I've seen them.
Unfortunately for me, completely unmasturbatable because 24. It's below my threshold.
I'm within the range. That's still fine.
I mean, if you don't know, that's a whole other story.
What happened to El Rey Network? Good question. But that's It's not what I'm looking for.
So you guys are, what are you guys doing? Talking about Saw?
We're about ready to head into that right now.
Well, I haven't seen it ever. No, I've seen it, but I'll let you guys get to it. Have a wonderful, glorious day today, you gentlemen. A most tee-hee-ful day to you.
All right, so you're moving on. So you're moving on from this conversation here.
Well, are we in one? I forgot.
No, I'm talking about like you're not gonna be in on the Saw. You know,
I don't remember the movie. Otherwise, I would stick around because I ain't doing nothing better. But I don't remember the movie for shit.
Okay.
And I don't wanna just sit here making fart jokes while you guys are trying to have a serious conversation.
Not completely.
Aha! The
Never
show was called
completely.
Explosion Jones, and I'm a dirty racist. It was
Talk about
Carl Weathers.
farts.
No, Keith David. I am
David
the
Keith?
Wait. Who was in it?
Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers.
Racist.
Michael Madsen as Explosion Jones, Danny Trejo as the specialist, Carl Weathers as Duke Firestorm, Vivica A. Fox.
Okay, first off, Carl Weathers is the guy from The Predator, as in the first Predator with Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's the guy that was the.
I
guy.
know, he's from my favorite
Charles,
scene. Of
you could have just said,
Donald
Damian
Duck.
might as well have said, and any black guy as this character, because, you know, he's a fucking racist.
Yeah.
Thanks for repeating my joke, you hack. I'm going to go DM Stevie Lou right now.
When did you say that exact joke, that you're a racist? I added on.
I opened it with that.
You made a statement, right, and I ended with it. So it's totally different.
Fuck you.
The important part was any black guy as what Explosive Jones, what's his name?
Duke Firestorm.
Drastic Jackson.
Oh, what you mean? Action Jackson. What you talking about? Is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, I know.
That's a fucking Apollo Creed, man. You guys don't do that. It's a national treasure, man. Pump your brakes, kid. That man's national treasure.
I watched the weird before I go. Wait, what are you gonna say, Charles?
Carl Weathers was also Apollo Creed?
Of course.
And Damian loses his racist trophy.
Thank you. Let's get this fucking guy. Last week it's
Charles.
Stones Invisible. This week
Charles.
it's this. Jesus Christ, Charles.
Charles thought it was Mr. T.
No, I didn't know that. No. No,
Charles,
you
I'm going
guys-
to test for you. Who should have been motherfucking Black Mamba? Was it Vivica A. Fox or Carl Weathers?
What?
Good question.
Who the fuck is Black Mamba?
That was Damian's question to you.
Colville reference. Come on.
I mean, Vivica A. Fox.
No! Uma Thurman was Black Mamba.
What?
I didn't even know that she was an option.
Richard Kish says, Christ, I step out for 5 minutes to make some coffee and the racism begins.
I don't know, man. Did it happen when you showed up, Jim? I don't know.
Queerly,
I think maybe.
my chocolate milkshake brings all the clans to the yard.
Well, racism aside,
Please.
if you guys would like to
Charles and Damian's fiery racism aside.
if you guys would like to get in the Saw, I mean, we could possibly conclude this show in under 4 hours.
All right, I'll let you guys talk about Saw. See,
Go for it.
I'm a team player, you saw.
Team player, you'd at least
TEE.
store it. You mean to tell me you don't own that Blu-ray or anything like that?
No. I'm turning R-worded. I'm telling you, like I don't remember shit like about anything anymore. I can't even get through sentences sometimes.
I'm easily able to even access it on fucking Tubi right now. Like Tubi's got like all.
Well, I
this
can't
shit.
watch it right now, Stone.
I know, but I'm saying, but what I'm trying to tell you is it was easy access for you to peruse it a little bit.
That you're correct on. I didn't even realize it was Saturday, okay, until I looked and I saw you guys were live. I was like, why the hell is the Damian J. Rogers Network live?
So what were you doing? So what were you doing on Friday the 13th then? Because I took some Jello shots and basically had some ill-timed dip. You know, I had it at the wrong time and it caused me some problems, but I still made it up.
Some bean dip.
No, it's what they call ugly dip. I don't know if you ever heard of it.
Never heard of it. Please tell me.
It's ground beef, or sometimes it could be more the hot sausage, more like that hot spicy
Chorizo.
sausages. And I wouldn't say that, but it's more like in the tubing. Sometimes some people do that sometimes, and they put that in there.
It's uncircumcised sausage.
Like Philly, and then like they put in like a couple of Philly cream cheese blocks in there, and some Rotel, diced chili, tomatoes, and things like that, and get all that stuff, simmering for a little while, and it makes this great cheesy sort of type of dip, and it's really good.
Did whoever made it forget to degrease it? Because that could have led to your issue. Because that sounds like something you need to certainly drain a few times.
I didn't quite check for that because
You're like, my guts tell me that might be the case. They are pretty lubricated. Pretty
Stone's been
lubricated.
aggressively drinking tea to try and save himself for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, I was just like, I think I just had it at the wrong time. I think I've been drinking so much at that point, and then I'm just like, oh yeah, it's some fucking dip here. And I came back home, luckily, because I minded my P's and Q's all the way until I was ready to go home. Made it home, and I was good. And then I wasn't good.
One of those 3 a.m. waking up death type situations.
Nope. I just arrived back in the house and everything was fine. And then I just started feeling like I needed to go to the bathroom. Nope. Not that. Not that. Not
I mean,
that.
it's kind of bad. Before we went live, you're like, you guys, I'm feeling so good right now. Went live. Stone's like, ooh.
No.
Oh no.
That's not. Yeah, you guys got the wrong idea. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. That's not what happened last night.
So when you
Stone
said,
doesn't
I'm
poop,
feeling
you
blessed,
degenerates.
No, I
You
do, but-
peons.
No, that's not what I'm saying either, ass. I'm just saying that what I am saying is that's not, it wasn't a diarrhea moment, cha-cha-cha, that, and
So-
Look how interested I am in this conversation. I am. It's just the face. I'm just sorry. I have a real interested face on.
like a resting sad face.
Go
You've got
on.
resting not a good
I'm-
fuck face.
No, it's the I'm here for you, Stone. Tell me of your poop problems.
no, this is my thank you for your understanding sign language. This is my sign language. This is how
Can
I-
you see the compassion in my eyes as I look upon your finger?
You said, I'm saying, like, thank you for your understanding. I really appreciate. Live long and prosper. Like,
I wish you would have brought that finger to Night Creeps last night. You'd have given us more credit with the pornographer we had on.
what the fuck do you mean?
I wouldn't know.
What is that supposed to mean, perv?
I have no idea. The finger, you put them in it for you, pornographer. The two go together.
So is it a female?
Yeah, yes. She's some girl who dresses like an elf, except she came like a cat, which really annoyed me. I had written a whole bunch of elf jokes. I came up with like this whole elf riddle thing because Luke tells me there's some fucking porno elf coming. And I was like, all right, well, then I'll come up with all these elf themes. And then she's dressed as a cat.
You're like, I've got the space to make like 3 pussy jokes on YouTube. Unless this show gets banned.
Oh no, this is a fake Richard Kish, isn't it? Is that the finger Stone sticks in his ass for his poop problem? That does not sound like Richard Kish, but the funny part, it is. That's the real Richard Kish.
So this morning, well, now this afternoon, we have Gandalf the Idiot. Apparently, we have Gandalf
I don't
the
watch
Idiot
all
now.
the shows.
Gandalf the Idiot.
Is there precedent for this?
I
I
swear,
don't
but no.
know.
I believe. Okay,
Oh, but maybe it has to do with the doo-doo bubble. Bobby! Bobby! I got a doo-doo bubble! Come dig it out!
But,
Whitney Houston.
Charles,
let's go ahead and clear this bullshit up. I threw up last night. That's what the fuck happened.
Okay, so front biscuits, not back biscuits.
Yeah, I guess so. Just, you know what I'm saying? Whatever.
Well, my Friday the 13th, to answer your question, I actually watched Friday the 13th. Then I once again ate 500 milligrams of gummies. This time I ate them a little more slowly. So I did get sick again at the end of the day. Like when I'm laying in bed, I just couldn't turn or move or whatever. And I kept having to swallow like I was trying to fall asleep. So yeah, 500 milligrams is definitely too much. I'm going to try to cap out at 3 next time. And then I watched Star Trek Enterprise. And I watched Doom Patrol and one episode. And that was a wonderful day that I had. You're going to say, Damian?
God, 3 or 300?
300 is where I'll max out.
Okay.
Because 5 is just... I actually was very much enjoying myself this time until I went to bed. And like I said, I couldn't move. Because if I move, every move made me feel drunk. Like I would just start spinning for that second.
If you got nothing to do, it sounds like a fine time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. I had nothing to do but a show, so why not?
Sure doesn't count. I had work or cleaning.
All right, so
That's why it still works, because my OBS I never shut off from last night. I was confused as to why I was even up here. There we go. Now I'm gone. There you go.
Hello, TV.
You're hiding inside of a TV. That's what this guy. You guys have missed out this week. We've been causing some stirs.
I swear, it's like the little girl from Poltergeist going, "They're here."
Come on, step into the light.
They're here.
I swear, I've only ever seen Poltergeist once. That movie, first time I ever saw it, fucked me up. Good God, that movie was freaky.
Part 2 is what's really freaky because they used real dead body. Part 2 is the best. I mean, it's got that old man and then it's got all the dead bodies.
Finish what you were about to say.
They used real dead bodies in this scene. You'll watch it. It's really a great scene. It's in a pool, it's a pool they're building, so it's all dirt, but it's in the shape of a pool. And the complex is being built on like a burial ground. So the woman, and I believe she didn't know, or I guess she found out during, like, hey, by the way, those are all real dead bodies. They used a bunch of real rotting corpses, and she's stuck in the mud with all of them, and it's it's quite a scene. I forgot we're on air. I'm sorry.
Let me guess. After they were done filming that movie, she quit acting, didn't she?
I don't think so. I think she went on to do some stuff. Let's see if that's even true. Real corpses in Poltergeist 2. Let us see. No, yeah, they were real skeletons because it was far too expensive to make fake ones, so they used real ones.
Oh, so it was just skeletons?
Yeah, but They're still real human skeletons.
I mean, yeah, that is fucked up, but it's not as fucked up as
Rotting corpses.
rotting corpses.
Well, they look like they're rotting corpses. I guess maybe they dressed up some skeletons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And how do we know they were just bone skeletons? They could have been meaty skeletons.
I don't know. I've never seen Poltergeist 2 or 3.
They're both great.
Although I do know that the girl, the actress that played the little girl, I do know that she passed away.
Yeah.
I do remember hearing that she had
And the-
actually she developed some
rough.
kind of disease or something and she passed away.
Stop it, Damian. It was not septic shock from a lodged tampon. You fucking sicko.
Look.
Not where I was
don't-
going. I was
don't-
going to say allegedly it's Rob Reiner's fault from something far more horrific, but
I've heard that
I'm
as
gonna
well.
mention that here. Yeah.
Oh well, then
Oof.
whatever the cause was, I don't think I should look further into it. All I know is
No,
that
you shouldn't.
yeah, then all I know is that the actress had passed away and she was still like she passed away shortly after filming of the third movie, right?
Well, yeah, and here's the crazy part of it all. In the movie Poltergeist 1, there's a poster above her or her brother's bed, I don't recall. I think it was hers, for a Super Bowl that hadn't occurred, right? A Super Bowl for 4 or 5 years later, whatever, and the date is the exact date of her death. And that Super Bowl, they actually have the two teams who played that Super Bowl on that poster years prior. So, like, somehow they predicted her death date and who would be playing in that particular Super Bowl years and years in advance.
So
Well,
it's like the
that's some wild
Simpsons,
shit.
where
Yeah.
the Simpsons predicted a shit ton of things.
I'd say more so, really, because a lot of the things that the Simpsons predicted are not actually what we think they are. Like that Trump coming down the escalator thing that everyone talks about. That certainly was not that. That was a I'm sorry, I'm being delivered food. Fancy looking food. That was something that was made after he had come down the escalator, but then said otherwise. And a lot of the other stuff is just like easy extrapolation.
Okay.
But this is a little bit more. Super Bowl poster, 1988. Here we go. I got the thing for it. Let's see. So Poltergeist was made in 1982. And in the movie, they predict the 1988 Super Bowl to occur on the day she dies. And again, with the actual people. And she died. Oh, she died at 12 the next day after. I guess she died the day after that Super Bowl.
Hmm.
So I guess that it was a day off, apparently. It looks like.
It wasn't the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's just a
Which-
terrible thing.
It's that, folks, is one of the worst jokes anyone has ever made, and I apologize.
I think you should go straight to
Charles,
hell for that.
I'm going straight to hell for many things, but yeah, that definitely that. Oof.
Big oof.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
They just slowly like slide off camera.
Can I blame this on Mr. Stone for not being here?
It's going to be kind of hard to blame anything on Mr. Stone because his avatar is basically just a pair of big. You know what? Nope.
Big fucking tits.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. But no, it's just. I mean, look.
I genuinely feel bad for the joke that's made.
Yeah. But no, it's just. I've seen the original Poltergeist like a long time ago. I think I was like a teenager when I saw it. And then Poltergeist 2 and 3, never seen it. I've seen
Yeah.
parts. I've seen parts of the remake of Poltergeist, and I didn't like what I saw. It didn't really
When did that
strike
come
me.
out?
Crap. When did it come out? I don't remember. Let's see. Poltergeist. Poltergeist. Looks like it came out in 2015.
Okay.
Yeah, it came out in 2015. And apparently it didn't do well because according to IMDb, it has a 4.9 out of 10.
I am shocked.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
But at least we can look forward to the new Exorcist movie.
Oh, look, the trailer for that actually looks pretty cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been unmuted this whole time. My apologies, guys. Yeah, it does look great. Cool.
See that quote from it?
What quote?
I don't know if it's actually the.
Sometimes dead is better. Oh, not that one.
No. I don't know if it's the original actress who played what was it? Reagan? The possessed child.
Linda Blair, you dingbat. Get to your point. You're interrupting my sandwich.
Oh, I'm sorry. Continue. Finish your sandwich. I'll get to my point later.
No, get to your point now while I... Yeah. No, what were you saying? What's the quote, fuckboy?
It was either an actress pretending to be the mother of Linda Blair's character in the first one, or maybe the actual actress. She looked pretty old.
Actual actress, Ellen Bernstein.
It was her? Okay. She's talking about she wasn't able to attend her daughter's exorcism because of the patriarchy.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might be wrong about her name, Ellen Bernstein, but it is the same actress.
No, I think you're right. Either way.
All right.
That quote tells you like
Two things. One, I find it hilarious. That quote is ridiculous, first off. And I don't even want to discuss it. I find it hilarious, though, that all these posts, oh my God, Danny McBride is the writer of this movie. Who would have expected that? It's like, have you people not fucking seen the Halloween movies? Like, why are they acting so surprised again that Danny McBride is doing a horror movie?
And he was in Alien Covenant, but I think he was a writer too in that movie.
Was he?
I think so.
I was not aware of that. And one other thing.
In it, for sure, but I think
He was in it. I think that's all. I don't think he was but I could be wrong. I had no idea.
I could be wrong too. I don't know shit.
See, I still haven't seen Alien Covenant.
It's a good movie. Prometheus was too. People just like to be fucking cunts about things.
Never seen Prometheus, but I've seen
I've seen Prometheus, and I wasn't really a fan of it.
You wouldn't be.
Okay, what does that mean?
That doesn't mean anything. I'm just being a jerk.
I didn't like it. I did not like Prometheus.
You wouldn't.
I think it sounds good.
And now, what I dread the future of the Alien and Predator franchises even more because they're owned by Disney now. I wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Was it Prey?
Yeah, Prey was a good movie. Prey was a very good movie. I liked Prey, but going forward, I wouldn't be surprised at some point we might see a Mickey Mouse in one of those movies. It doesn't have to be an actual Mickey Mouse where he just shows up like oh boy.
Why for?
Yeah, it's just I think we might see like the symbol of Mickey Mouse at some point go like, you motherfuckers. It's just like,
oh, because they own it now or something?
Yeah. Predator and the Alien franchises are both owned by Disney now.
I get it now. You were making a joke. I thought you were.
Yeah.
I thought
Yes.
this was something I was missing, like a meme or something.
No. I am literally making a joke right now. But no, I'm serious.
Attention! Charles Weeden is literally making a joke. Joke.
No, you fucking asshole. It's just like, no. But I am serious that Disney owns Alien and Predator. Like, they do own both those franchises.
Disney owns a stupid amount of things, and somehow
Yeah.
no one's
They
put up
own
the
you.
word monopoly.
Yeah, but they
Hey,
acquired
Probably.
they acquired the rights to Alien and Predator when they bought out 21st Century Fox.
They acquired the rights to your kidneys when you die.
Yeah, and apparently they go to Walt Disney to help him regenerate in his cryogenic stasis chamber.
Right, and it's not the
Fuck
way
them.
you think. They actually feed it to him orally, like he chomps it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He has to consume the biological tissue of, like, I don't know, 10 million people.
Before he got the power to regain his strength.
Yeah. And it's just, and apparently he will only like return to the world once the Jews are gone.
See, now that's
I
a
wouldn't
fact.
laugh, Damian.
No, I'm not laughing. It's not funny, but it is a
No.
fact.
Yeah.
Whereas the other shit, I'll fucking throw my kidneys in a river. I ain't letting fucking Walt Disney have them. Fuck that.
Fine.
Oh my
No.
god.
I hate to bring them. Go ahead.
I'm just waiting for somebody to like set up like a fucking like fan art of like Mickey Mouse in like a Predator getup, where like with like the dreadlocks and the mask with like the 3 laser pointer things, and he has like the freaking like 2 double blades. He's making the clicking sound, and he's going after I don't know, like Goofy or Donald Duck. And he's like holding up Goofy's head with the freaking spinal cord.
Why has that movie not been made yet?
I don't know.
Fucking Disney, useless pieces of shit.
Well, you can thank the AI overlords for that soon.
Oh my god.
I feel like even AI would have been smart enough to come up with that by now.
Yeah.
Who insulted the Jews? What is this, Richard? I think he's getting senile. He's really old. He's an old guy.
I look, I was only talking about the fucking fact that Walt Disney wants. I can't fucking say it.
Does Disney own the Chucky franchise?
I don't know. It depends on who originally owned the Chucky franchise.
Well, Don Mancini has always owned it, and
What production company
let me take a look.
produced it?
Let me take a look, because I hate to bring the mood down, but those of you here who may know how much I love the franchise of Chucky.
Mhm.
I am. It
Loves
is
Chucky.
wearing what?
What?
Who?
What?
What, when, where, why?
It
And
was
how?
the it's wearing on me finally, because the characters on the series, which the series is fucking great in my opinion. I love it, except for one thing. Don Mancini is really not given. He's given it. You know how people make that terrible allegation that the gays are pedophiles and this and that? Well, Don Mancini is really leaning into that stereotype and not clearing the air on that argument, because the characters are all teenagers, and all right, they're gay. The 2 boys are gay. That's fine. At some point they had a kiss. Okay, that's fine. but it's just gone beyond that now by season 3. We've got like every episode, these two boys are fucking and they're like they're like little boys. You know what I mean? And it's like, this isn't cool, man. This is straight up fucking, what's the word? I don't know. It's sexual video of children. I mean, there's no way to get around it. Sure, I don't think the actors, even though the actors look young as hell, I'm going to actually Google that after I find out who owns Child's Play.
I just found out.
Who is it?
The owners of the franchise are actually 2 companies. The first film and the remake only are owned by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, while the sequels and the television series only are owned by Universal Pictures. Now, Universal Pictures is owned by NBC Universal, so NBC Universal is the company that pretty much owns the TV series and most of the Chucky franchise.
Wow.
So that's not...
So it's NBC Universal.
Okay, if someone was born in 2006, 16 is 10 years, 26 would be 20 years, so 20 minus 3, that would make him 18, 17. 17, right?
Yeah, 17. Yeah.
Oh, it says it right here. Okay, so this is not an adult. So the boy, not only are they playing teenagers, younger teenagers than they actually are, the main star boy is 17. The other boy doesn't even have a fucking link on his thing. Let's see what that is. He's also 17 years old. Yeah, not cool, man. Not fucking cool. And what sucks is this season is really good. It's Chucky in the White House. I'm telling you, they are pivoting it to finally deliver what the franchise has always promised. Chucky getting in the body, oh my God, of a little boy. After what I just said, that sentence didn't work well. But Chucky's finally going to possess a child, and it's the president's son. I believe they haven't insinuated it, except for the fact that the kid they got is fucking perfect. He looks exactly like Chucky. Let me see if I can find a picture of him.
Kish, WB does not own MGM. MGM was acquired by Amazon. So Amazon owns MGM now.
Wait, so MGM Plus is like an Amazon thing?
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Why the fuck would you divide shit like that?
You're going to have to ask the CEO of Amazon.
Yeah. Take over MGM, sure. But
yeah, well,
why make a separate streaming service for... I think From is the only show that I know from MGM Plus. I'm sure there's others, but...
Yeah,
but...
oh, Jesus, dude. My point is proven already just by Googling this kid, not even looking for a specific picture. If you tell me, if these motherfuckers do not use this boy, it's the stupidest franchise. If this is not the plan, it is the dumbest fucking franchise in the planet. Look at this kid. Tell me that's not Chucky.
Holy shit, he actually does look like Chucky.
That's fucking like a living Chucky. So they better possess this boy and have him murder everybody. But still, fucking that's Chucky. That kid is Chucky.
That is Chucky. Holy shit.
Callum what?
Vincent. Callum Vincent.
Callum Vincent. But holy shit, that is Chucky.
Yeah. And I tell the woman this, and she's like, who the hell is Damian J. Yeager? Oh, is that Damian himself? I thought so.
Oh, I don't fucking know.
I thought someone was playing games. Sorry, Damian popped up. His name is Yeager.
I don't know.
We had a guy pop in the other day with tried to show his penis on one of the shows. Thankfully, we had him.
That's what I've heard.
Really?
Yeah. It was a masturbating video, I'm sure.
It was Stone.
It was.
Of course it was.
He's not to defend
It
himself.
definitely was.
It's not even here to defend himself.
Nope. But to end that Chucky stuff, one, if they don't fucking stop that disgusting stuff, I can't continue with the franchise. It's just beyond the pale. Like, don't need it. It's unnecessary. These are children. Stop sexualizing children, you monsters. And then two, if they don't take that fucking sweet, adorable little boy and make him murder a whole bunch of people while he's possessed by Chucky, I'm gonna fucking rage.
So, psychopath?
No. You get the perfect fucking human Chucky, you better fucking use him.
I'm not disagreeing with you. That kid does actually look like a human form Chucky. He does.
Yep.
It is frightening how close he does to look like Chucky. It is fucking nightmarish.
I'm guessing they saw his headshots somewhere because when you Google it and boom, that's all that's
I
there.
wouldn't be surprised at some point that a casting director is just browsing through the headshots of like child actors and he's going like, "That's our Chucky."
Yep, and he made a phone call. He's like, "I found your Chucky. I don't know if you guys are planning to do it, but I found it.
Yeah.
Do it."
He's like, "That's our fucking Chucky." It's like, somebody find me this kid. It's like, yeah.
And if you look at the way,
Like, do you have to say it like that?
Yeah.
get me this boy. But
Find
if you
me
look,
this kid for this show, okay? There, that's better phrasing, okay?
So you gotta clarify, otherwise.
Yeah, you gotta clarify. You gotta, clarify.
but if you look at the way season 3 really jumps story wise from season 2, like again, they're in the fucking White House now. It's almost like they now have to incorporate the stories from season 1 and 2 into this whole new story. So it really backs up that theory that somebody was looking through the headshots, saw it, not even connected probably. And they're like, yo, they call their friends up and they're like, we found this boy you might want to look at. And then they just wrote the season catered to this child.
All right. I have to ask, where is this show being broadcast?
On USA, on Sci-Fi, and on Peacock. And also, I believe, TBS or TNT.
Well, I have access.
It's a huge show, actually.
Yeah, I have access to Peacock, but how long has this show been going on? Like how many?
It's in its 3rd season, and again, look, in total in all 3 seasons, woman, what are we looking at? Maybe 4 or 5 or 6 kisses, and maybe 4 very awkward scenes leading to almost sex.
God.
With these,
I don't
that's still too much for 2 seasons. I feel
want to see that shit.
it shouldn't be once.
I don't want to see any of that if it's going to be involving kids of that age. I don't want to see that.
Exactly. Maybe what I'll do is I will cut the franchise. I'll cut out all that gross stuff, and maybe it's not as much as I think. Maybe I'm just shocked by once or twice they've done it, and it's just so offensive to me that I see it as too much. Well, once or twice is too much, period. But anyway, I'll cut out those scenes for you, Charles, because if you do enjoy Chucky, you will love this show. It is really good.
Look, I've said this before when we've talked about the Child's Play series before, is that I saw the original a long time ago, and I saw parts of the second one. I remember enjoying what I saw of the second one. I absolutely hated the third one.
A lot of people do. I don't get that.
It's just I fucking hate the third movie. I will never watch the third one again. I fucking hate that.
I think it's so fun. It's like you got the carnival situation, you got the military school, the war games. Like, I don't know. Everybody hates that movie, and I don't know why.
I fucking hate the third one. I will never watch that movie again. I fucking hate it. And then that was the last one. That was I don't think I've seen parts of Bride of Chucky. I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through.
Well, that's the important question. How did you feel about Bride of Chucky? What you saw?
It was okay. I thought Jennifer Tilly was kind of cool. I thought she was all right.
Okay, well then you might, because the series Chucky, sure, it's based on everything because you've got everybody there, from part one on. But the tone is very much Bride of Chucky, Seed of Chucky, and Cult of Chucky combined. Like those three movies.
I've never seen Seed of Chucky, and I've never seen Cult of Chucky.
Cult of Chucky, I highly recommend. I did not enjoy it my first watch. I just thought it was odd. But one, its plot plays heavy into the series, the TV series, and two, it's a fantastically shot film. It's just like Don Mancini, and that's the one thing you do have to respect about the pervert is that, you know, he has maintained creative control of this franchise all throughout. I think Phantasm is the only other horror franchise with that kind of credit, I guess you could say, or achievement, holding the same creator. But who is it? Shut up. It was like you tricked me. It was like Mancini decided, you know what? I'm just bored of shooting movies normal. I want to make an art film. Like, I just want to paint with the camera because it's a lot of great shots and angles and colors and stuff like that. And the story is actually pretty all right.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I may go back and watch Seed of Chucky and Cult of Chucky, but I don't know. I mean, now this Chucky TV show, from what I've been hearing about it and what you've been saying about it with these 17-year-old actors and the situations that they are being put in.
Great way to say it.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna fucking watch it. I do not want to watch that.
Me neither. And it sucks that I'm 3 seasons in and I fucking really love the show so much otherwise. Like, good thing they killed off that sweet little girl last season. Otherwise, they'd be fucking sexing her up this season. So, thank God, because they give you this adorable kid who you're just like rooting for and loving. And then they kill her, which is great. But I'm sure they'd have sexed her up, and that would not have been good. That
would not have been good at all. I probably, if I was watching the show as long as you have, and I would have seen something like that, I would have immediately turned the show off right then and there. I wouldn't have even bothered finishing the episode. I would have turned it off.
Yeah.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
If they go any further, I'm definitely going to do that because again, it's not like they're like, I don't even want to describe what they're not doing. It's not like they're going down pants or nothing with these kids, but these two boys, but they are like having them rip each other's shirt off and making out at least in one scene in the most recent episode. And I know they've had them like make out in a past episode.
Are they out of their damn minds?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God.
My only justification going through the last 2 seasons was that Don Mancini based this main character off himself as a youth. So he's like telling his own story, a bit autobiographical.
Okay. First off, that is something that a writer should never do, is place themselves into the story. Don't ever fucking do that as a writer.
I don't know that I agree. I think I'm in every character somewhat, male, female, monster, hero. I think I like to stick myself in all of those characters.
I don't know. It's fucking weird placing yourself in the story. That's just.
Sure. Well, it's not like he's not playing Don Mancini. It's just how he felt. Like he's tapping into how he felt is more what I mean as a kid. Because the kid looks a lot like him. So, like, that's just my own theory. It's nothing anyone said. I just feel like he picked someone who looked like him, and he's telling the story of,
With the stuff that you've been saying, what's been going on in this show, I really do not think I'm going to be watching it now.
I listen, I wish I didn't start, so then I wouldn't have to have this decision in front of me. It's a Sophie's choice.
Yeah. All right, but I don't know. It's just, I mean, I like Brad Dourif. I do. I like Brad Dourif and pretty much everything he's ever done. I especially loved him in Deadwood. He was fucking amazing in that show.
Look, I'm not joking, buddy. I definitely will send you if you want a censored, a no child sex version of Chucky.
Oh, please word it better than that, man. Come on.
Because I've already been planning, like fantasizing about creating cuts, fan edits of. I didn't mean fantasizing like that. Fan edits of season one, season two, and then now season 3, to where they are just movies. You get what I'm saying? So they're like new film installments to the franchise. So I really want to do that for fun. So when I'm doing that, if I ever do, I'll create a no boy kissing version. Is that a better way to say it?
No, that is not better.
I didn't write it.
God damn it. Ah.
I don't know who I'm trying to win over or with what. All I know is
You're not winning over anybody.
I can imagine. I mean, I obviously ruined the Chucky franchise for Charles Weeden. I mean, I think rightly so. I think they've crossed the line already. I think my lifelong love of the franchise.
I had to say that with a German accent.
Well, I think you said it right because.
Yeah, but no, that's a quote from the movie Beer Fest, which is my favorite Broken Lizard movie aside from Super Troopers.
Do you watch Tacoma FD?
No, but I want to.
Damian finally started. It's pretty great, except for season 4, which is mediocre, like Luke of the Mind.
I would say it's less mediocre than Luke of the Bind, but
isn't the only like people from Broken Lizard even in that show?
Well, they're all in cameos at some point, but except for Jay Chandrasekhar, right?
Yeah, I don't think he's popped up yet.
Yeah, but the only main characters on the show from Broken Lizard are Mac and Farva from Super Troopers.
Correct.
Right? Yeah.
But that's all you need. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They replace everyone else with fantastic new additions. This is a Broken Lizard thing because if you watch the newest Broken Lizard movie, all of the Tacoma FD people make an appearance.
Quasi?
Yeah, Quasi.
Yeah,
Quasi's
I
the name
just
of the
watched
movie?
that the other
Or
day.
I'll
Yeah,
have to check
it's
it out.
their version of the Quasimodo story.
And again, it's pretty much Tacoma FD starred too because it's Farva and Mac, as you said their names were.
I didn't even know they were still making movies.
Yeah.
Well, they did. Yeah, this one came out of nowhere, but it's the Tacoma FD fire that has really reignited their interest in them.
Yeah,
It came out, I think it was this year Quasi came out.
Look, I've only
earlier
ever
this year
seen
sometime.
Super Troopers, Super Troopers 2, which was not that good in my opinion.
I agree.
And I've seen parts of Club Dread, and
Didn't care for it.
and I've seen Beer Fest.
It really enjoyed it. You should watch Slammin' Salmon. It's one of their lesser known movies, and also Puddle Jumper or something. It's like their first movie. It's really good.
I was trying to grab that, and there was another one I couldn't get.
Is that what it's called? Puddle Jumper?
Puddle.
You know, every time I hear the
Puddle
word
Cruiser, something.
I think you're right. Puddle Cruiser.
Yeah, every time I hear the word Puddle Jumper, it makes me think of Stargate Atlantis.
Fucking
Puddle Cruiser, 1996.
yeah.
What was it? I'm Felix Bean. Oh, you haven't seen it. It's a great. I think that's what it is. Felix Bean. I am Felix Bean. I am Felix Bean. I am Felix Bean. Good stuff.
There's another one I was looking into that was, I think, put out under the View Askew label. It was.
Hey, fuck you and your under 4 hours, Stone. TEE-HEE. What about View Askew? I don't think they've put out anything under View Askew's label. I think you're wrong. No, you're wrong and stupid. No, you're.
No, I'll fucking look it up.
You look like a hairy Sasquatch and you're dumb.
Yes. But I also have an internet connection that kind of works sometimes.
Well, let's see, because you is
Let's
wrong.
see.
Australian
See,
internet
tell.
sucks.
Everything
Hey,
about
have you seen
Australia
Luke the Giant
sucks.
Connection.
Okay,
not just me.
well, Luke of the Bi again. Everything about Luke is mediocre except for his internet, which is complete and total shit.
I'm like the one guy here that has the best internet.
You, Charles.
Oh, look at me!
Charles.
I've got the best internet. I'm
Well,
so racist, though.
From where Charles came on the wrong side of the tracks, he deserves to announce that because he lived years. Let me tell you this, Charles. Luke's internet makes your old internet look good.
Oh, that's not possible.
He's using mobile internet, like some guy we used to do.
No, it's still me.
I'm not talking about you, Stone. I saw you looking this way.
No. I mean, I had to use a fucking hotspot at one
It was
point.
like a week. It was a very small period.
Oh my god, yeah, I would never. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hotspot is just like I said. It's just for small scale. For real.
The Baby Makers. Have you guys ever seen this? This is apparently one of their movies.
No, I've never seen it.
Apparently, they only come in. They only like cameo or something. Like they don't play the main characters. It's Paul Schneider and Olivia Munn who star in that one. But it is an official Broken Lizard movie. Sorry, I was looking through a list to see if we were missing any, and it looks like we were. Why is Puddle Cruiser not in here?
Okay. Big Helium
Oh,
Dog
it is.
is the movie I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's not them.
1999, produced by Kevin Smith, View Askew, features the Broken Lizard comedy troupe
It's not
starring
them.
supporting roles. It's not?
Well, I mean, it's not a Broken Lizard movie. I mean, it's Kevin. It looks like Kevin Heffernan was a star of it. Everyone, it's Kevin Heffernan, Michael Ian Black, all types of other people.
Jay Chandrasekhar.
His scenes are not even in the movie. It says they're deleted. Then all the way down the list, you got Steve Lemmy coming in with these are Brian Quinn is in the movie. So what is it? A Tell Him Steve Dave movie too? This is just Brian Johnson's in the movie as Undercover Jesus.
Why are
Ming
you
Chen.
downplaying this? This seems like a great thing.
I know. I want to watch this now, but I'm saying it's not a Broken Lizard movie. It's a movie featuring four members of Broken Lizard. It's a movie that fucking Kevin Heffernan has a heavy role in, but that's all it is.
All members of Broken Lizard, but it's not them.
They appear. Again, it's got all of Tell 'Em Steve Dave. Well, I don't see Walter Flanagan here.
I'm sorry, but I want to see this. I got to try and find
me
it
too.
somewhere.
Probably gonna watch it
Smith
today.
as director, not the director.
It's
but
got
as
Dickie
director.
Barrett in it as Mr. Blocko.
I don't even know who that is.
Neither do I.
He's a frontman of ska punk band The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
Yeah,
He's the
that's
announcement
so wow.
gimmick from
Whoops.
live until
There's a joke that
2022.
that's how a joke backfires on you. Just made myself look like a mighty mighty boss tone lover. Oh look, it's got Dickie Barrett. I love Dickie Barrett.
Holy shit! Even Ming is in this fucking movie.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, Kish.
I know, but I wasn't paying attention. I was
I
reading.
got that beat, buddy.
Haha, Richard.
Suck it, nerds.
Yeah, I got 500 and it doesn't even my internet still sucks.
I got like 12. Yeah. What do you think of that?
Duh. So, I
Ew,
see.
you got 12. Ooh.
What do you see? Do you see?
Well, I saw
Event
you guys.
Horizon. Good movie. God, I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I need to see it again.
Wait, did you say Event Horizon?
Yeah, Event Horizon.
That was a good movie.
Yeah.
And
I
wish
also
we
saw
could-
Event Horizon. That was just doing a
No,
Damian
that-
impression there.
Fuck up
Yeah,
the
yeah,
dead.
yeah. Who doesn't want to have a severely deformed Sam Neill just start walking around through the hallway, just start screaming at you, "Do you see?"
Well, I don't like the sound of that. I cannot find this movie, Big Helium Dog.
Yeah, I tried. I had a look and I couldn't find the fucking thing.
Well, that sucks.
I need the great Ming Chen movie.
Has anyone ever been on a seesaw?
Maybe once.
I mean, when was the last time is what I meant. Maybe once, that's it?
Yeah, not a lot of
I
places that
saw
have seesaws
it a
were
couple
out.
hours ago. Number 3.
You saw 3 a couple hours ago?
I
What'd
did.
What'd you think about it?
But also,
See what I did there? You saw what I did there? You saw that? You saw that, guys? Stone is just holding his head. Please, really? Did he just?
still getting over jelly shots and dip. Ignore
All right, let me leave you guys alone now. I've got a show at 4 p.m. with Jason Bardo. That's right, Jason Bardo. And allegedly Derek the Quadfather, who I have a reignited beef with now because he won't stop lying. Apparently, he just even though this truce was made, he still keeps rolling on because wheels with his silly lie. But I have a show to do. It's about Jim Morrison. So I'm going to put the beef aside and I'm going to show up there at 4 p.m. on the Jason Butthole channel. And I'm going to attempt to have a discussion about Jim Morrison, the life and career of Jim Morrison.
So, are you all gonna try and OD in a fucking bathtub in France?
I didn't say we're going to reenact the life and times, Damian. I said we're going to talk about it. I don't know, but I might hope that happens to someone. I don't know. It's a little jerk. I'm just kidding.
I mean, the one that can't climb out of the bathtub is probably most likely to,
They both can't. One of them ain't got no legs. The other one's a big fatty fat.
Yeah, one of them kind of fits the container.
Well, I can't wait too, Richard Kish. I really look forward to talking about Jim Morrison and the Doors. But let's just hope Derek probably won't even show up. He'll probably just roll off into the sunset on this one because he knows he's been talking that shit. And he won't be able to probably, have a good conversation, I'd assume. So he's just going to roll away like a chicken. But either way, tune
You
in.
can't help talking about that shit. It's got no bowel control. Come on.
Exactly. So, Damian, that's rude. I'm going to hope he didn't hear you say that.
Yeah.
All right. Goodbye to Charles Weeden and only Charles Weeden. You other two guys can go screw. Go screw, you other two. Bye, Charles. T. Bye, other guys as well.
Yeah.
TE. I said TE.
Get out of here, you cunt.
All right, well, there goes our plans to be less than 4 hours. Unless we can talk about Saw 3 in its entirety in less than 2 minutes.
Still wouldn't be less than 4 hours, but it's fine. Like I said, I just know that my day has got to begin. So, I definitely want to be here, so for the completion of the show, but some things gotta get done is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So
Well, what do you guys want to
Just
do?
a kiss or no? I'm
what?
sorry.
What do you guys want to do?
What do you mean? You want
Do
to talk
you
about
do
Saw?
you want do you want to talk about Saw? Or do you want to
Yes,
end it?
I want to definitely. I definitely want to go ahead and talk about Saw for sure.
Okay, all right. We'll just keep it efficient then.
Nope. Like I said, I definitely would. I definitely would
Like,
recommend
keep it
that now.
efficient implies that we've been efficient.
Well, we'll keep this particular discussion efficient because because you that because
How
you know
dare you? Thumbs up me.
Because Jim being Jim, I just wanted to see
All
how it
right.
was going to play out. Jim being Jim, of course, he was going to extend the conversation well past the point. You know, what I'm saying we could have got started at about 3:15, but it's absolutely 3 hours and 15 minutes in, but it's no problem. I just sit back and let it happen. Got even more productive. It's absolutely fine. But there's a thing that I'm going to have to do. That's going to have me to leave the home. So I just want to make sure that I'm here for the show's completion. That's all. So,
Okay.
and that being said, like I said, Saw 3 for me was pretty. It still seems to roll in the same levels of. At this point, it still seems to be rolling in the same level of progression. He's in a more, you know, what I'm saying he's definitely in a more dire state. I guess you can. I guess you could call that. And there seems to be at least at the outset some sort of spinning and some sort of like mystery that was going on with the doctor that he has abducted and everything like that. It immediately at the top of the story, it has you thinking one way, of course, and then of course is abducted. She's abducted by a man who bring her to where John is in is in quite a crude, I guess, facility to try to treat him and keep him as comfortable as possible. And he's
Yeah, pretty
dealing with
much like the best thing they could kind of cobble together, really.
definitely. And I would say this is like one of the moments that I would say where like people, so like we talked about before her Amanda's
Hmm.
devotion and things like that. But see, I felt like this was definitely the movie where you kind of it wasn't quite all of that because at a certain point she started to become, I don't know, paranoid or like I don't know. I don't know why they seem to work some because it was always a mentor, and she even tried to say that he was like a mentor, like a father. So why try to act like it was some kind of other kind of relationship where you felt like where you come in with this woman paranoia of he's trying to replace you somehow. It's like that's where it initially as things progressed with so with her with him talking to her where it just seemed like she just became so unnecessarily like hostile towards her and everything like that, even given the situation. So
Yeah, because like he kind of went into like at different points. I think mostly later on, he was just like, you know, don't let emotion take hold. But she really just fucking, even though we know her as a person who's obviously like prone to losing her shit, she really was just like, even in the face of this devotion and trying to adhere to these to the god damn it, trying to play the game, I guess is the best way to say it. She still couldn't control herself to play by the rules.
but I mean but see the thing is I think she was not seeing it from I think she wasn't looking at it from that lens. I just think it was more about I think it was more about, like I was saying before, I think she got into, I think she kind of felt like it was more about him fixing her rather than her reclaiming her life and taking more control of it. She felt like he was going to be some type of guru that was going to help, that was going to help her become whatever he felt like she should become, but not, and instead of understanding that it was about her becoming what she wanted to become, and not, and not his vision, but her vision, and she couldn't see that. And and then it just became like, and I think, and her feeling like she wasn't living up to something or whatever for whatever reason, and then felt like, and then I guess this paranoia creeps in that she's feeling like, I guess, like I said, it kind of felt to me that I think some ways she thought that he was trying to, replace her with that doctor. Like if she made it, like if she kept him alive, if her skills proved worthy, and she kept him alive, then she would be somebody that could be smart enough to help him with, smart enough to help him with those particular games and new inventions and things like that. So I just think that she just started to become a little bit more too involved in the emotion and the mentorship of the situation.
You see,
Yeah, she.
I mean, I'm sorry here. It's just I got the feeling that and I don't know if this has already been mentioned because I had to step away for a little bit, but I got the feeling that the stuff that John was doing whenever Amanda was walking back into the room and he saw, or not he, but she saw John grabbing Lynn's hand, caressing it. Uh, it made it look like that Amanda thought he was being intimate with Lynn at certain moments.
Hmm.
It it never came off to me that it was genuine because I knew it wasn't genuine, but it made me start to suspect that John was still testing Amanda. That, like, because look, with the entirety of the Saw franchise, or at least of the movies that I've seen from like 1 through 7, you always have to assume that everything is a test. Everything is a test. So at that moment, I was like, yeah, I think John is still testing Amanda. And even as far back in Saw 2, I don't know, it's just something just seemed off with Amanda. Like, just something did. Something just didn't seem right to me. And that was further solidified in this movie, in Saw 3.
No, I mean, honestly, that's the common thread. There's something not quite right about everybody who gets involved in the, in this situation, and in these games and things like that. So that's sort of, that's not really like a standout thing. See, this movie Saw 3 stood out more because she was just seriously more hostile to her than even she really was to Detective Matthews. Like
Well, yeah,
she
because
was significantly more hostile towards her. And it's just like, and it's like no real reason for that. She's not escaping. She's here. She's got the headgear around her and everything like that. So it's just all of this awkward tension that she's perceiving between her and the good doctor there was just all in her head, because like I said, because of all the things that she knows about this woman makes her infinitely more qualified to work with John than she would. And that's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? And that's what really changes her. And she expected to be more confident, more powerful than what she actually was, but because she saw it from the wrong perspective.
But there is something about Lynn that I figured out at the end of the movie, but that I would like to say, but we haven't gotten to that part yet. But
Go ahead.
it's something that I realized about Lynn. Lynn was not the one being tested when it came between Lynn and Amanda. Amanda was being tested. Lynn was the trap. Lynn was Amanda's trap. And
Ultimately, yeah.
yeah, Lynn was Amanda's trap. And when Amanda shot Lynn, she failed the trap. Because the whole point of that trap was to keep Lynn alive, so that Lynn could keep John alive. But when she shot Lynn, that effectively killed Lynn, and now that Lynn died, Lynn was no longer able to keep John alive, which then caused the trap to go off, which then further what?
Because she wasn't quite dead. She
Well,
wasn't quite dead. But when he seen, like I said, since we're here, we got to make sure that we clean it up. But she
Okay.
wasn't quite. She got shot. She wasn't quite dead.
Oh
But
yeah, she wasn't quite dead.
But like I said, as the story progresses, when the man who was actually being, being playing inside the game within this game,
Mm,
finally arrived there and was actually shown to be her actual husband,
mm.
and he seen that she was that she had shot her. He, he in fact then shot Amanda, and then at that point she was still alive, begging him to stop. There's John letting him know that if you can get over your rage, your lust for vengeance, you can save your wife. That when he cut that man's throat, that's what ended her life. That's what
So in
sent that
other,
head.
so
That's
in
what sent the
other
head.
words, Jeff's need for revenge by killing John also ended up killing his wife.
Absolutely, she could have survived that gunshot, but but when he couldn't get over it, when he thought when he thought everything he said to him, it kind of fell off. Like he just kind of had this guy, over a barrel, and he just got that song, which is kind of like, yeah, he just the whole thing of not learning, throughout all of this is what actually killed her, not Amanda. Amanda got killed because because he knew. What I don't say that everything is a test. I say that there's nothing that he doesn't anticipate. See, I don't look at everything as a test, but there's nothing that he doesn't anticipate. It's just he knows how everything is going to come together, or could, or could go left, or could go to plan B or whatever. But the main thing is that there's nothing that he doesn't anticipate. So,
Okay.
so he knew that if he got through the test, he was going to come through that area and he was going to arrive there. And if he tried his best to keep her from doing what she did. He tried his best. You got to understand that it was more than just it was a little bit of a game within the game. The whole thing was a game. The whole thing was a game within a game, but it wasn't so much of a test. It was kind of basically just to kind of see how she would let the situation go. And it became more of a conflict. That's why I was kind of saying it wasn't always devotion, because there was even at certain points earlier on where they didn't always agree. And so as time went on and everything like that, and we get to where he's at a state of disrepair, I guess you can say. It was like I think she really took that moment, I guess, this moment of feeling like he might die, he might not make it, I guess, to sort of exercise some things that she was feeling, I guess. I don't know. But I just felt like, but again, I think it starts with the wrong perspective. That's where it kind of starts with. I think that she had the wrong perspective of what this was. And I think it poisoned the overall relationship anyway. And I think And I think that the fact that she felt like that he could possibly die and he might not be there anymore, and then she felt like she was doubting herself. Clearly, she was doubting herself out loud that she couldn't that she wouldn't be able to carry on with any of this if he wasn't here. So, it was a lot of that, and then maybe feeling like that he felt it too, and then maybe was looking for a more worthy replacement. Just kind of did not help the situation at all. So, we kind of have all of that as as a big catalyst to that situation. So, and he anticipates all this. Anybody who's perceptive enough and you're around somebody enough, you start to realize that there's certain tensions, there's certain things that are not being addressed. So that's why he had to kind of, his way of addressing them is like this. So that's the way he chose to kind of address the situation. And, you know, I think that, I think that in the way that he addressed it, it clearly started to become, well, it started to become clear that she couldn't be there for the long run only because of herself. And that's kind of what it came down to pretty much. And yeah, I mean, I think it was a nice added layer to the overall story. I mean, it's not just, they still definitely had the game in, and they had the other people in some horrific situations still, but they also had another added layer onto the situation, and kind of more of a, I guess, a move on in a way, kind of a little revamping of the situation, because now Amanda had been in three, so all three Saw movies up to that point. So I guess just a little bit of, revamping was in order. I guess they felt like. So, and I mean, I guess, but it was still legit though. I still felt like it was legit because it was a situation that showed it wasn't complete devotion. It was, but it was, I think, complete expectation on her part. I think she expected a more powerful help than what was actually being offered. I think the power of, I think she didn't realize the power of surviving something like that the way that he did. And then maybe, like, I don't know, maybe she thought he was kind of working a cult or something like that. I don't know, but I don't know what her overall thought process was on the whole. I just felt like maybe she felt like it was more than just a mentorship, because if that's what you want to do, then you'll learn, you'll get better, you'll do what you need to do. But it's like, it seemed like to me, that's not what she really wanted to do. I don't think. I think it was great for the revenge on Detective Matthews and everything like that. But I just think in the long run, I just think that's not something that she really wanted to do.
Okay.
Wanted to get you guys' thoughts.
Let's see. So you're saying that she didn't want to do that to Detective Matthews?
No, no, her whole purpose in being part of this, it was great for the revenge on Matthews. But I think in the long run, I think being like Jigsaw protege, it just wasn't. It just wasn't what she really wanted to do long term. I don't think she knew what she really wanted to do. I think it was mainly about following him, but I think it just really wasn't what she really wanted to do.
I think you might be right in that theory because of what we saw her do to Adam in the bathroom, where she returned to the bathroom from the first movie, and we find Adam unconscious, still chained to the pipe, and she's like she gets him to just like wake up, and she says she's there to help him, and then she grabs the bag and wraps it around his face and tries to suffocate him. And during the entire time she's doing that, she's crying and she's hesitating. She's still holding on to the bag around his mouth and everything, suffocating him, but she's crying and it's like she's making noises and crying and hesitating, like, does she really want to do this? But she's continuing to do it. And it's
Yeah.
like it's like she's questioning herself. She's questioning her actions, and it's like she's not fully committed to what she's doing. And yeah, I think your theory might actually be right. It's like she's not actually sure if she wants to do this or not. But then once she starts doing it and she keeps doing it, it's when she finally realizes, yeah, this is what I do. This is who I am. And by the end of it, like that's when she finally that's who she is. And that's when she realizes the game, all the stuff that John Kramer's been doing, it's all bullshit. And it's like like nobody
Mm.
changes. Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah. So
okay. I mean,
that's why I say that Amanda Young is probably well, I was like she's a failure. She's one of Kramer's failures.
see, that's
Yeah, like, but by his own admission, he says she is the closest I've come to someone who understands.
but
She is the
Which,
closest, but she's still a
which,
failure.
what we learned, yeah,
but
like,
see, that's the thing. But see, that's the thing, though. Then you would call. But see, that's the thing. The people who didn't survive the game are not considered his failures, and
no.
it's not. It's not about. See, the failure is not about the. It's not about him. It still lies within the person. Again, that's the
Okay, then
that's
maybe the word failure is a wrong choice of words.
no. I mean, because
No,
because
I think
no,
it's correct. It's definitely correct.
that's what I'm saying. It's not, but the failure does not fall. Is not on him because he's not
Mm.
trying to recruit or bring people out or do anything. He just wants people to value their lives, and if they don't, and if they don't value their lives enough to survive what's happening, then they'll die, and that's just ultimately going to be what's going to be regardless. So she may have survived the one game, but okay, it seemed like she could not survive another game. She did not value her life enough, and ultimately she died. That is the overall foundation and blueprint of the game. That's what started with him when he decided, when he didn't value his life and decided to take his own life, but yet survived. It was like he realized at that point that maybe he could do a little something to take more control of his life. Now, no one told him that he should go and create these traps and these games and these inventions and basically and do this to people. No one told him to do that. No one mentored him into that. It's what he felt like he wanted to do. That's what he was inspired to do as a result of surviving this thing. So it's not necessarily like everyone anyone who survives, they end up doing this. No. It's more of what will you do if you decide that you want to do that or not. And just move on with your life in a more valuable sense of your life, then fine. But she decided to come along because I guess she found some sense of purpose in doing that. But I think eventually she wanted to believe it was bullshit because again, she saw it in the wrong perspective. She saw it in the wrong perspective, and success or failure lies on the person who is in that game. Are you willing? Are you willing to sacrifice something in order to save your life? And that's the question. That's the question that keeps getting asked. And it was getting asked of her in the it was getting asked of her in Saw 3. And she didn't have the right answer. So she couldn't sacrifice her own emotions, her own ego, and her own paranoia in the situation about this, you know what I'm saying, about this doctor to basically save her own life in the situation.
And to a point, the ultimate lesson is: are you willing to listen to what you're being told?
But see, that's the thing about it though.
Not
But
not
see,
even being told, but like, are you willing to take a second and interpret what you're being told? Because, like, yeah, obviously, ultimately, the lesson is some kind of lesson in humanity. But part of that lesson is just like, just think for a second. Think as a human being, think about what you're being told. When you're told that when you're playing a game, you think about these things that you're being told. And if you took that time to actually evaluate what is being said to you, it would all become clear pretty quickly. But because of that hesitance to just take a moment, you're too reactionary. But if you had taken a moment to just think,
Mhm.
the answer is pretty clear.
Maybe and maybe not. And but sometimes it's just worth
Yeah,
it's just worth being honorable of the game.
yeah,
And and like I said, and just but it's like it's basically it's more like I said, if the root and like I said, if basically if the details are the details, and it's like she was making it a tense moment at that moment, and like I said, but he like you always see when you always think that something is out of his control, there's nothing that he does not anticipate. That's so that's kind of the way that I always look at it, regardless. Like, and you can almost like even in Saw X, you can almost say that it was you know what I'm saying, that it was a game. Oh, that's what people will probably say. Oh, that was a game. See, that's you can say that, you can say that, but at the same time, it is. But it's like at the same time, it's just more about what he always anticipates because sometimes it's not about okay, we're going to play a game because you don't value your life. Sometimes it's just anticipating the kind of people that you're dealing with and just being able to set them up. It's still all about games. See, sometimes the game isn't all about what you think it is. That's the thing that people got to get off of too. Sometimes the games are about people who don't value their lives and putting them to that game, to that situation where they would value their lives a little bit more, or they're being made to sacrifice because you know what I'm saying, to make right for wrongs they've committed. But sometimes you're going to realize that people are just not going to work out that way, and you have to anticipate all the angles and put them in a situation where a game still gets played, but it's not meant. But sometimes it's not meant for them to survive, as it were. Especially not in the way that it's set up. Especially if you deal with very craven, cutthroat people and things like that. But that's another conversation for another time. In this particular situation, it was more about just anticipating that because of her hostility towards the doctor, that she would not release her at that moment. That she would not. He anticipated that. He wanted, he wanted the situation, but it was more. I almost think that he knew she wouldn't. I almost feel like I just almost feel like that he knew she wouldn't let her out of that trap. I almost just feel like that. I almost just feel like that
yeah. Because
everything that ended up happening that he anticipated would happen, and
yeah,
it was just so it was still going to put him. And yeah, he wasn't finished the game, and maybe that was the original term, but he just wanted to just again see, is it more about being so jealous, or is it more about feeling like that he didn't really help her or whatever. It could have been a lot of those, things meshed up, into all of that. But i just feel like, because for the guy to come in there and still slash his throat and kill him ultimately,
Mhm.
which set off the device.
hey,
Like
slash
there's
his
no
throat. Take a
well,
buzz.
saw Okay, he took a what I mean, what was it, like a table saw or whatever, or I forgot what kind of.
It was a circular saw.
Okay, I
Yeah.
guess we could call it, and basically ripped through him, and it was like I don't think that he would really want to have that the risk that moment still happening, and her not be in the device to make him pay for him doing that. So I don't. That's why it makes me feel like he knew that she was not going to let her go at that moment, and might even do something else that would put her in a worse position. And
I mean, he even said that to her. He said, "Your games are unwinnable."
say that again.
Jigsaw said to Amanda, "Your games are unwinnable."
Okay. I mean, they definitely had their critical talks, but I felt like at that moment, I just felt like,
Well, I mean, take a look at the first trap of the movie, which was Troy, the guy that died in the explosion in that school. He had the chains all over him. It's
Like
just
the hooks or like
there was
whatever the
like
fuck.
he had the chains that were in his hands, that were on his shoulders and
Yeah.
everything. Those could all be removed, no problem. But what about the one on his lower jaw? That one couldn't be removed. But not even on
Hmm.
that part. Like he couldn't remove the chain in his lower jaw without removing his lower jaw itself.
Yeah.
So, but even if he did manage to get rid of that, there's one other thing. The door, the oh, not why? What am I pointing at? I'm pointing at my fucking window. Why am I pointing? I don't know. Yeah, there's the fucking door. Yeah, my door is right there. But no, the door to get out of that area was welded shut.
Yeah.
Like even if he managed to get free from the chains, he still couldn't get out of there. So either way, he was screwed.
Which they said at the time that's why they thought it wasn't Jigsaw.
Yeah,
It's like like no matter what he did, there's no way he could have gotten out of this room.
yeah. And that is where we get into one of my favorite arcs in the Saw franchise. There's another apprentice.
Mickey
Oh
Mouse.
man. Huh?
Mickey Mouse.
Oh boy, huh?
We're gonna play a game, huh?
Which I mean, no. Disney doesn't own Lionsgate. They don't.
Not yet.
Not yet, but they don't currently. Shh,
No.
don't give them ideas. Shh.
hopefully those sick fucks won't listen to this shit. You know what I'm saying? And come
Yeah,
up with any
got
damn
it. Hope
ideas.
not.
You know what? I'm actually kind of curious as to who owns Lionsgate.
I'm gonna say
Lionsgate
it's
Picture.
better. I was gonna say Fox, but
I think. Well, if it's Fox, then they are owned by Disney.
yeah, but I'm not sure.
Let's see. Let's see.
But when Amanda shot
Ugh. Ow.
when Amanda shot Lynn, Jigsaw said to her, "You've just ended 4 lives." And that wasn't immediately apparent in the moment what he meant by that, but it revealed itself as that ending kind of went on.
Oh, okay. So Lionsgate isn't owned by anybody. Lionsgate is its own company.
Oh shit. That's
Yeah.
a fucking rarity right there.
Yeah, they're their own company. They are known as the Lionsgate Entertainment Corporation,
Hmm.
but they go by just Lionsgate publicly. That's just the
Okay.
company. That's the name they go by publicly.
Well, hopefully it stays that way for as long as possible.
Yes, hopefully.
Still
So, shh, don't give them
probably
any
one of
ideas.
the yeah, no. Disney, fuck off.
Yeah,
Get the
exactly.
fuck out of here. because Lionsgate probably has one of the coolest like intro things. I love
They
that,
do,
like
yeah.
with all the gears.
Although I've also liked Universal's intro thing as well. You know how
With
it
the
has that
planet.
dun 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 dun
Yeah,
dun, dun, and then it has the globe just turning and everything.
yeah,
I've
it
always
is.
found
It's a
Universal's
classic.
I've always thought Universal's intro thing was very inspiring, and it got me all amped up and ready for the movie. It
Yeah,
was always
right.
very
Like
cool.
even even the classic version, like the pre we have some technology now version.
Yeah,
Like
that
either
was
one, like
yeah, that
they're
was
all good.
always very cool.
Yeah,
Hell, I even like the 20th Century Fox logo.
yeah,
That one was pretty cool too. But the Universal one was always my favorite.
yeah. Agreed. Second only. Actually, no. I'll give that first. Second would be MGM with the lion.
Oh yeah, the Lion one was always very good. Which MGM has the lion, but yet Lionsgate doesn't have a lion. So
Yeah, no, it's just like Lionsgate. Here's a bunch of gears. It might be a clock or something. I don't
why
know.
not just call it
We-
Clockwork? So whatever.
Yeah, a, a
But no, it's
clockwork
just
kid.
yeah. But no, it's just I'm sorry, folks. We're talking about our favorite movie intro like credit things.
If you don't like it, fucking why are you even here?
Get the fuck out of here. And say it with a Boston accent. Oh man, but no, oh man, now I want to watch a Universal movie just so I can watch that fucking logo.
Yeah, no, right.
I can just
Yeah.
watch it on YouTube.
I was gonna say, I'm sure, like, if you go to YouTube and just look up like Universal fucking intro 8 hour loop or something like that,
Why
I'm
would
sure
I
there's
want to
something
watch it for 8 hours, dude? That would just get
because
old.
you can go to sleep to it.
I could,
You
but
put it,
that
you
wouldn't
put it
that
on,
wouldn't
and
put
he's
me.
like, ah, ah, cheep, 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 cheep.
That wouldn't put me to sleep. That'd keep me awake because I'd be like, okay, when's the movie gonna start?
Yeah, go on, go on, what? Go on.
It's like that fucking scene from The Simpsons when Homer and the family go to the movies and they keep doing previews and they don't start the movie. And so Homer gets impatient and then he goes up onto the stage, takes his shirt off, and starts waving it around, going like, "No more previews, start the movie." It's just like, yeah. Oh man, I remember that episode.
Was it The Simpsons or Family Guy? I want to say The Simpsons where they played the THX thing.
That was The
People's heads
Simpsons.
exploded.
That was The Simpsons.
And like heads literally exploded.
I don't think it was their heads that exploded, but like their teeth started greeting, going like, "Urgh," and then
Yeah. It
their
was
teeth
totally,
just shattered.
yeah, it was, yeah,
That was The Simpsons.
I thought so.
Yeah, it was. Now, of course, if their heads exploded, that was probably Family Guy.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it was The Simpsons. I'm just
Yeah,
exaggerating.
The Simpsons THX. There we go. Yeah. Which also, speaking of the THX sound effect, I once found a video on YouTube of the THX sound effects with the bass turned all the way up, and it made the hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stand on end. It was so free. It was,
It's like it's closest thing to having your head exploding without it actually exploding.
yeah, it was so freaky. I was like, "Ooh boy, here it comes." Oh man.
Oh shit, that's another one. I thought this would be a probably stupid suggestion for the Weeden review corner, but
Okay.
like I figure you've probably seen it.
Which is?
But Starship Troopers,
Oh, I saw that a long time ago.
yeah, I thought so. It was just something
I haven't
I was like,
seen any of the
just in
sequels,
case.
but I haven't seen the
Yeah,
sequels. But
don't even do it.
yeah, but
Don't.
I mean, I've seen the original like twice.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because I bought Starship Troopers 5, I think it was, for like $3 on eBay years ago. I think it was the first one where what's his name, Casper Van
Dean.
Dien.
Casper Van Dien.
Yeah, the star from the original. He came back. Like that was the first one where he came back. So I was like, all right, $3, I'll buy
Yeah,
that.
there's a reason why he came
Yeah,
back for that one. Is because he can't get work doing anything else.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
I watched him in a Riff Tracks version of a movie called I can't even remember. But yeah, that
Oh,
seems like the only thing he can do now is just zero budget, fucking shitty sci-fi movies. That's
yeah. Let's see. Casper Van Dien has the name of like an actor that you would expect to be like A-list,
and
and
the chunky head of
yeah,
said thing.
It's
Yeah,
just you would expect him to be like this, like A tier, like popular actor. Nope. You would
nope.
no. It's just like you. Yeah, I once saw him in a movie called Dracula 3000. It is a
Oh,
movie.
fuck that fucking movie. Oh God.
So I take it you've seen it.
Yes, I forgot it even existed until you brought it up. Oh, oh, no. Appreciate the name as being kind of cool. Don't bother watching it unless you really feel
Oh
like
no,
subjecting yourself to some
I
shit.
watched it thinking that it was going to be connected to Dracula 2000. No,
Nope.
no.
Which Dracula 2000 was a pretty bad movie, but it was kind of like it's almost like one of those like time capsule kind of movies, where it's like it's a very good representation of things that came out in the early 2000s with like pretty cool like soundtracks. Like, it had its moments, but Dracula 3000. Oh boy.
Well, I just want to make sure that you guys understand, not trying to be a wet blanket, but that thing that gotta do is starting to creep up on me now.
All right. Well, I mean, just
Fucking jello
But like I
shot.
told, but like I told,
Fucking
like no,
blend.
God, I
We
gotta.
know what you're up to. You son of a bitch.
I'll just leave it at that because I can't reveal everything about life.
okay. Well,
So
you think we're good on discussing Saw 3 then?
I
Or
think
do we have
so.
do we have more do we have more to discuss?
I mean, I think we're close. I mean, because I think I said a lot of what I mean, unless we really want to speak on the particular traps that people were in and things like that. I mean, was there anything that could have been? Was there
That
anything
is
that could have
one
been
thing I
done?
wanted to say. I forgot about the rancid fucking pig trap.
Oh,
The maggot infested fucking rancid pig
oh,
corpse trap. That I thought the arm twisting was the worst. That's the worst.
yeah, the fucking maggots and rotting pigs.
Yeah, I
Ugh.
forgot about that. Just being in this pit, being
Okay,
just
so
fucking
now we know
bombarded.
where the gore starts to show up. Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
it's like okay, regular pigs, fine. I'll deal with drowning in that, but really, decaying rancid pigs with maggots, and this is how I'm going out. But spoiler, he doesn't go out that way. He goes out because he's randomly in range of a shotgun that goes off when main guy pulls a fucking key.
So it's like, oh, you saved the guy for no good reason. It's like, okay.
Yeah, because he was kind of like dancing around like
Oh, where's the
we can't
keyhole?
say
Where's the
gypsy
keyhole?
anymore.
Oh God. Oh, what's that? Bang. shot him in the face. It's like, you fucking
Yeah.
moron. Get
Oh,
out
whoops.
of the damn way. Why am I doing this with my hand?
Because that's the thing. Fucking my on this fucking.
Get out of the way of the gun, macaroni.
I thought it was good. This fucking idiot standing in front of a fucking thing. You should have seen me get shot in the fucking face. I wish it was
I'm
Janice.
I'm just surprised that he was able to remove the key from the string without it initially firing the shotgun before he removed the key from the string.
Yeah.
That
Well, the
takes,
guy's like, I'm alive. It's so great. Shot in the.
it's like, get out of the way.
It's like, go ahead, do your freedom dance over there. Anywhere near the trap thing?
Yeah, the freedom dance,
What are you
which is not to
doing?
be confused with the world-renowned grab dance.
It's- Grab people. Grab people.
Mhm. Well, if you guys are gonna be up here for a while longer, I'm gonna have to go ahead and make my exit now.
Alrighty.
Unless you guys are, like I said, like I
Well,
always,
we
like
can-
I
we
said
can
before,
go.
and I'll say it again. Any combination of us, what I'm saying here, what I'm saying, would be great and could carry the show. So I don't feel like the show has to end because I'm leaving. I'm just saying that, what I'm saying,
Except
I
for
have
that
to go.
Jimmy Grins guy. He brings up pedo stuff, and I don't care for that.
Hey, sometimes, but it's all
Can we
about
blacklist
it's
that
all
guy?
it's all about not feeding into it. It's all about not feeding into it. That's the thing. That's the thing. You gotta
Steve
you gotta learn
Charles,
not to
like,
feed into it at all.
that guy.
Yep. So what do you guys? You guys got a little while longer?
Well, I
And
mean,
I mean, I'll
it's kind of hard to keep going after I did my little crab dance. I mean,
yeah, and it's 5:40 a.m., so I'll pretty happily jump into
Yeah.
bed.
All right.
yeah. So I think we're just gonna call it. So overall, I look, I've seen most of the Saw movies. The only ones that I haven't seen are Jigsaw and Spiral, but I will get to those eventually. I enjoy the Saw franchise. I'm a big fan. Even the bad ones I think are good. Yeah, it's just I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. I'm looking forward to discussing the rest of them, and it's been fun, guys. I think I'll go ahead and close this out. So,
Yep.
everyone out there in the interwebs watching TEE TV, thanks for stopping by. And as always, you can check us out every Saturday, usually around 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Somewhere within that hour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
usually around that hour. Next week we're going to be discussing season 2 of Attack on Titan and Saw 4, along with other general discussions, whatever comes up. Anywho, I've been a bunch of question marks because I didn't show my name this time. Everybody else, say goodbye.
Peace to fingers.
Yep.
You know it.
Yep. All right, but anywho, folks, thanks for stopping by, and we will see you next week. Bye bye, everyone.
Toodaloo, bitches.